Kumusta ang iyong araw-araw na commute at biyahe? Ano ang naging epekto ng mga karanasan mo sa ibang parte ng iyong buhay? Paano masusolusyonan ng gobyerno ang problema sa transportasyon sa mga lungsod at sa buong bansa? Tunghayan ang kasagutan sa mga problema sa daan sa public transportation under the Public Utility Vehicle Modernization Program of the Philippines, updates, issues, and challenges. Bahagi ng #Pilipilunas 2022, Pagbangon at Pagsulong sa Magandang Buhay at Bukas webinar series. Ngayong Lunes, October 25, 1:30 p.m. Hatid sa inyo ng UP Diliman Task Force Nation-Building at ng UP National Center for Transportation Studies. Kumusta ang iyong araw-araw na commute at biyahe?
Daming mga sasakyan sa daan.
Ngayon, gigising kang pagkaaga-aga pero late ka pa rin.
Mahirap lumuwas araw-araw kung wala ka naman sa Metro Manila.
Kailangan madiskarte ka kasi kapag rush hour, agawan talaga ng sasakyan.
Mahirap makakuha ng sasakyan pa uwi. Parang gusto mo na lang maglakad ba?
Madalas di na namin nabubuo yung ruta. Iikot na lang pabalik. Walang pasahero Kapag uwian na lang napupuno.
Ano ang naging epekto ng mga karanasan mo sa ibang parte ng iyong buhay?
Pagdating sa bahay, tutulog na lang, nakakapagod sa biyahe.
Wala na akong gaanong oras sa ibang bagay. Kahit saan naman traffic.
Tsagaan na lang talaga yan.
Paano masusolusyonan ng gobyerno ang problema sa transportasyon sa mga lungsod at sa buong bansa?
Sa palagay ko po, dapat bawasan na talaga yung mga kotse sa daan.
Ang kailangan gawin, pagandahin at ayusin ang mga jeep, saka palawakin ang abot ng mga
Sana may paraan para mapamura yung gastusin na yung mga operator at namamasada.
Ang gusto lang naman ng mga commuters, sana mas maluwag at komportable ang mga masasakyan namin.
Kumusta ang iyong araw-araw na commute at biyahe? Ano ang naging epekto ng mga karanasan mo sa ibang parte ng iyong buhay? Paano masusolusyonan ng gobyerno ang problema sa transportasyon sa mga lungsod at sa buong bansa? Tunghayan ang kasagutan sa mga problema sa daan sa public transportation under the Public Utility Vehicle Modernization Program of the Philippines, updates, issues, and challenges. Bahagi ng #Pilipilunas 2022, Pagbangon at Pagsulong sa Magandang Buhay at Bukas webinar series. Ngayong Lunes, October 25, 1:30 p.m. Hatid sa inyo ng UP Diliman Task Force Nation-Building at ng UP National Center for Transportation Studies. Kumusta ang iyong araw-araw na commute at biyahe?
Daming mga sasakyan sa daan.
Ngayon, gigising kang pagkaaga-aga pero late ka pa rin.
Mahirap lumuwas araw-araw kung wala ka naman sa Metro Manila.
Kailangan madiskarte ka kasi kapag rush hour, agawan talaga ng sasakyan.
Mahirap makakuha ng sasakyan pa uwi. Parang gusto mo na lang maglakad ba?
Madalas di na namin nabubuo yung ruta. Iikot na lang pabalik. Walang pasahero Kapag uwian na lang napupuno.
Ano ang naging epekto ng mga karanasan mo sa ibang parte ng iyong buhay?
Pagdating sa bahay, tutulog na lang, nakakapagod sa biyahe.
Wala na akong gaanong oras sa ibang bagay. Kahit saan naman traffic.
Tsagaan na lang talaga yan.
Paano masusolusyonan ng gobyerno ang problema sa transportasyon sa mga lungsod at sa buong bansa?
Sa palagay ko po, dapat bawasan na talaga yung mga kotse sa daan.
Ang kailangan gawin, pagandahin at ayusin ang mga jeep, saka palawakin ang abot ng mga tren.
Sana mas maayos na ang mga daan sa kalsada natin.
Sana may paraan para mapamura yung gastusin na yung mga operator at namamasada.
Ang gusto lang naman ng mga commuters, sana mas maluwag at komportable ang mga masasakyan namin.
Kumusta ang iyong araw-araw na commute at biyahe? Ano ang naging epekto ng mga karanasan mo sa ibang parte ng iyong buhay? Paano masusolusyonan ng gobyerno ang problema sa transportasyon sa mga lungsod at sa buong bansa? Tunghayan ang kasagutan sa mga problema sa daan sa public transportation under the Public Utility Vehicle Modernization Program of the Philippines, updates, issues, and challenges. Bahagi ng hashtag Pilipilunas 2022, Pagbangon at Pagsulong sa Magandang Buhay at Bukas webinar series. Ngayong Lunes, October 25, 1:30 p.m. Hatid sa inyo ng UP Diliman Task Force Nation-Building at ng UP National Center for Transportation Studies. Kumusta ang iyong araw-araw na commute at biyahe?
Daming mga sasakyan sa daan?
Ngayon, gigising kang pagkaaga-aga pero late ka pa rin.
Mahirap lumuwas araw-araw kung wala ka naman sa Metro Manila.
Kailangan madiskarte ka. Kasi kapag rush hour, agawan talaga ng sasakyan.
Mahirap makakuha ng sasakyan pa uwi. Parang gusto mo na lang maglakad ba?
Madalas di na namin nabubuo yung ruta. Iikot na lang pabalik. Walang pasahero Kapag uwian na lang napupuno.
Ano ang naging epekto ng mga karanasan mo sa ibang parte ng iyong buhay?
Pagdating sa bahay, tutulog na lang, nakakapagod sa biyahe.
Wala na akong gaanong oras sa ibang bagay. Kahit saan naman traffic.
Tsagaan na lang talaga yan.
Paano mas susolusyonan ng gobyerno ang problema sa transportasyon sa mga lungsod at sa buong bansa?
Sa palagay ko po, dapat bawasan na talaga yung mga kotse sa daan.
Ang kailangan gawin, pagandahin at ayusin ang mga jeep. Saka palawakin ang abot ng mga tren.
Sana mas maayos na ang mga daan sa kalsada natin.
Sana may paraan para mapamura yung gastusin na yung mga operator at namamasada.
Ang gusto lang naman ng mga commuters, sana mas maluwag at komportable ang mga masasakyan namin.
Good afternoon, everyone. Magandang hapon sa lahat, and welcome to our webinar this afternoon. Before anything else, please stand by for the invocation.
Our Heavenly Father, the fount of all goodness and grace, the cause of wisdom, the source of intelligence, we welcome you, O Lord, to this auspicious gathering of your beloved, who continuously give you thanks for every opportunity to learn something new and become fruitful to the works of your creation. We humbly come to you, not because we are worthy, but because we find ourselves in need of you, who is our strength and our hope, to continue despite the challenges we face in health, prosperity, and our solidarity with one another. We pray that today's gathering, made possible by the grace of advancements in technology and social media, become successful in its endeavors, so we can offer it back to you as our humble offering to honor you, glorify you, and love you through our deeper connection with everyone. May we find bliss in today's session and become more productive children and co-creators of the earth. This we ask and pray through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Please stand by for the National Anthem.
Bayang magiliw, pelas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang,
Isang magandang hapon sa ating lahat. Good afternoon to everyone participating this afternoon in our webinar. This is the public transportation under the Public Utility Vehicle Modernization Program, or PUVMP of the Philippines, updates, issues, and challenges. So this is part of the UP NCTS webinar series for 2021. And we are doing this in cooperation with the UP Diliman Task Force Nation-Building and the UP Center for Integrative and Development Studies Political Economy Program. This afternoon, we have a very good program for you. But before anything else, we would like to, of course, welcome our participants from different sectors. I understand we have participants coming from national government, from local government units, from private sector, from academia, and civil society as well. And to start the ball rolling, as they say, I would like to introduce first our welcome remarks speaker. The speaker is a professor of mathematics at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He studied at UP Diliman and at Sophia University. There was where he obtained his Doctor of Science degree in mathematics. He specializes in number theory, elliptical curves, and coding theory, and has held research and teaching posts in Tokyo, Singapore, Amsterdam, Munich, and Phnom Penh. He has received a lot of awards, including Achievement Awards in Mathematics from the National Research Council of the Philippines and the UP Diliman Gawad Chancellor para sa pinakamahusay na guro. Our speaker served as president of both the Southeast Asian Mathematical Society and the Mathematical Society of the Philippines. He is currently the chairperson of the Mathematical Science Division of the National Research Council of the Philippines. And of course, help me welcome the Chancellor of the University of the Philippines, Diliman, Chancellor Fidel Nemenso. Chancellor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Chancellor.
Yes. Magandang hapon sa lahat, no. Hindi ko na siguro hindi na mag-roll call dito, no, pero natutuwa ako, nakikita ko napakaraming dumadalo ngayon sa ating webinar, no. I want to really thank all of you for coming here. And I see that we have participants from government and both national and local government. We have participants from the private sector. We have participants from civil society, and of course, colleagues in academia, no, to discuss this very important matter of public transportation. So it is my pleasure to welcome all of you to this webinar entitled Public Transportation under the Public Utility Vehicle Modernization Plan of the Philippines. Ito po ay bahagi ng tinatawag naming Pilipilunas webinar series that we launched in UP Diliman last August to basically to put in the public domain the select works of the UP academic and research community. Sa pamamagitan po ng Pilipilunas webinar series, we hope to send the message to our policymakers and the public na handa pong maglingkod ang UP, no, to help build our foundations, our economy, our institutions, which are now facing the challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, we want to build all these institutions on more stable and equitable foundations. You know, nation building has always been at the core of the university's mission. We were founded behind the idea that a modern nation needs the contributions of its citizenry, and that the National University, with its threefold mandate of teaching, research, and public service, is perhaps the central institution delivering on this need. With the Pilipilunas series, we hope to put UP scholarship and expertise to bear on the pressing issues of our time. This afternoon's webinar, which is mainly organized by the Task Force Nation-Building and the National Center for Transportation Studies, focuses on one of our country's vital sectors, transportation. The sector is key to moving our economy forward, especially in an archipelagic country such as ours. No? The state of transportation impacts the mobility of goods and people. It links our farms, our factories to markets, and producers to consumers. No? Our transportation system also facilitates the movement and interaction of individuals and communities, enabling them to travel to different parts of the country to gain access to the variety of cultures that make up our national identity. No? Sa madaling sabi, in linking our islands and communities, the transportation sector is a critical factor, not only in developing our national economy, but also deepening our sense of nationhood. That said, the transportation sector continues to be plagued by problems. Halimbawa, traffic congestion in urban areas, especially Metro Manila. This has worsened over the years so much that it has been estimated that our country loses an estimate about 3.5 billion pesos daily due to traffic congestion. Meanwhile, many parts of the country, especially rural areas, continue to suffer from the lack of roads and regular means of transportation. Now, this webinar starts with an examination of the DOT's Public Utility Vehicle Modernization Program that began in 2017. I'm happy that the webinar highlights UP's multidisciplinary approach to problem solving and tackles different concerns of the transportation sectors. No? Kaya ang speakers po natin magagaling sa iba't ibang kolehiyo na UP as well as the LGUs. Any successful transportation modernization program, must take into consideration the many industry players and multiple stakeholders who oftentimes pursue competing results. There are also the small and medium public utility vehicle operators and car owners, as well as the commuters and pedestrians. We also have industry and civil society actors, with those who have joined us in this webinar this afternoon. Malaking pasasalamat ko sa UP Diliman Task Force Nation-Building, chaired by Dr. Tonet Raquiza, and of course, the National Center for Transportation Studies, through Dr. Rick Sigua. Maraming salamat sa inyo for convening this webinar. It is our hope that the webinar will contribute to how we think about our research in ways that will make a contribution, a concrete contribution to improving the daily lives of our people. Maraming salamat. Magandang hapon sa lahat.
Thank you, Chancellor, for the opening remarks and the warm greetings and for our participants and our panelists this afternoon. Next up, to talk about Pilipilunas 2022, which was just mentioned by the Chancellor, is the chair of the National Task Force for a blueprint on building the nation, or Task Force Nation-Building, and convener of the Political Economy Program of the UP Diliman Center for Integrative and Development Studies. Help me welcome Dr. Antoinette Raquiza. Dr. Net.
Yeah. Maraming salamat. Maraming salamat. And I also would like to add na rin na I'm associate professor sa Asian Center. Okay, so good afternoon to everyone. Before I begin, I'd like to thank Dr. Rick Sigua and the National Center for Transportation Studies in providing space in this webinar for me to introduce the hashtag Pilipilunas 2022 webinar series. Pilipilunas 2022 is a project under the UP Diliman Office of the Chancellor aimed at showcasing the academic community's policy-oriented research toward developing and advancing a governance agenda at this critical moment in our country's history. Never since the end of World War II has our country experienced an existential crisis of this magnitude. As elsewhere, the pandemic is testing the free market development model that our country has been on, exposing the limitations of a minimalist government in responding to national emergencies and the vagaries of a rapidly globalizing world. The traditional response to market failure, notably the provision of public goods, is for more market. Unfortunately, our country's lawmakers and economic managers have bought into what the Nobel Peace Prize awardee economist Joseph Stiglitz has called the discredited era of neoliberalism. The dominant business as usual response will simply not do, not when the future of our country hangs in the balance. In February of this year, the UP Diliman Chancellor created the Task Force for a Blueprint on Building the Nation, or simply Task Force Nation-Building, basically to organize a series of forums to present the UP community's research outputs and expertise to the policy community, direct stakeholders, and the public. Addressing the devastation caused by the pandemic, Pilipilunas has adopted the theme, Pagbangon at Pagsulong tungo sa Magandang Buhay at Bukas ng Pilipino. Today's webinar is a prime example of how we hope to help move the national conversation forward. UP professors cum researchers presenting their studies, and government, industry, and civil society giving their feedback and inputs in order to better hone research findings, whether policy and institutional reforms or technological innovations, and ensure buy-in from stakeholders. Simply put, the translation of academic research into policy or commercial policy programs or commercial technology will go through a process. Hopefully, our Pilipilunas webinars will help move this process along. So far, the task force has identified outside of, so this is our second with the National NCTS, the National Center for Transportation Studies. We have 4 upcoming webinars. In November 5 specifically, we will have a webinar on electoral and political reforms. On November 26, we will discuss local governance. We're also hoping to roll out this year webinars on economic recovery and transformation and the question of security. Other issues we plan to cover include industrial policy, science and technology, universal social protection, higher education, maritime nation, blue economy, and peace and development in Mindanao. As I mentioned at the start, our goal is really to produce viable policy recommendations from these webinars and consolidate them into a governance agenda that we hope to bring into the national conversation leading up to the 2022 national elections. I will end here by inviting everyone to take this journey with us. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, Dr. Rakiza. And I think those are very interesting topics for many of our participants this afternoon. No? So, antabayanan niyo po yung mga announcements, no? Tungkol po dun sa mga susunod pang mga webinar series natin sa Pilipilunas. At this point, we will be, of course, inviting our main speakers who will be talking about various topics, no, on transportation, again, focusing on public utility vehicle modernization program or public transportation in the Philippines. And even before I call our first speaker, I would like to advise our participants, because our open forum is still for later. No? If you have any questions, no, for our speakers as well as our panelists, no, as they deliver their talks, you may also type them on our Q&A box. No? And yeah, those questions, those comments will be answered by our speakers and the panelists in the Q&A box. No? And later, of course, we'll have an opportunity for a more lively discussion, no, in the open forum for our webinar this afternoon. Our first speaker is Currently a professor at the University of the Philippines School of Urban and Regional Planning, he obtained his bachelor's degree at the UP Diliman and his master's and doctorate degrees from the University of Tsukuba in Japan. He has worked abroad as a public transport specialist and served as a resource person and trainer for bus rapid transit planning, management, physical design, stakeholder management, communications, and branding. And he served as the deputy team leader in the Metro Manila Bus Rapid Transit feasibility study, which was sponsored by the World Bank. Currently, our first speaker is also doing research and also extension work as a transport planner, a public transport specialist, open data specialist, institutional specialist in the Philippines and other countries, and a research and extension fellow of the National Center for Transportation Studies. So may I call on and help me welcome our first speaker this afternoon, Dr. Crescencio Montalvo Jr.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I hope you are all keeping safe. It is my pleasure to be sharing the afternoon with you today and share with you my knowledge in public transport. The topic assigned to me is public transport issues and challenges. And there's innumerable issues and challenges faced by our public transport systems, but I'll just be focusing this afternoon on the major ones. Otherwise, we will need more than the afternoon to discuss everything. This is the list of things that I will take up with you today. I'll be defining public transport and briefly discussing the role of public transport in our lives, in our cities, in our communities. And I will explain the issues and challenges that I see pertaining to our public transport and how we can move forward. What is public transport? Public transport is a facility that provides service for the movement of people and goods for a fee. Now, the fee may be directly paid by the user or may be paid on behalf of the user. So public transport pertains to a service that is for the movement of people or goods. As said today, the focus of today's webinar is road-based public transport. Now, what is the role of public transport in our cities? Public transport is a key strategy in reducing transport externalities. An externality refers to a negative consequence of an action or the negative impact, in this case, of transport, such as traffic congestion, when everybody travels at the same time on the same corridor. And as a result of traffic congestion, there's burning of fossil fuel, which leads to both global and local pollution. There are also safety issues as an externality of transport, and also equity issues. Not everybody not having access or the means to mobility because of differing socioeconomic classes. And so there are equity issues involved. Now, public transport is an attractive option for addressing the externalities of mobility or of transport because of its higher transporting capacity, thus leading to a more efficient of limited road space. The image you see on the right of the screen shows the amount of road space required to move 60 people using various transport modes. The least efficient being private cars, and you see on the leftmost part of the image the space required to move 60 people by private cars, and then the middle picture shows a much smaller space required to move the same number of people by bus, and then the rightmost image is by the use of bicycles. So very clearly, public transport is much more efficient compared to private cars. There's increased street capacity in terms of passenger throughput due to modal shifting from cars to public transport. So the limited road space is maximized. The use is maximized because of the higher capacity and the more efficient mode, which is public transport, as compared to private cars. Public transport, therefore, is an attractive alternative to the less efficient mode, which is the private car. Back in 2017, there's been an estimate of the economic cost of traffic congestion for Mega Manila, which is a staggering 3.5 billion pesos per day. 3.5 billion pesos per day. This is the economic costs due to time losses, due to health costs because of pollution created by congestion, lost business or investment opportunities, all summing up to 3.5 billion pesos a day in 2017 and projected to be 5.4 billion pesos a day if left unattended in 2035. Now, public transport is part of the menu of environmentally sustainable transport. EST is the kind of transport that is supportive of sustainable development. It is the capacity to meet the mobility needs of a society in a manner that is not damaging to the environment, and it does not compromise the mobility needs of future generations to meet their own needs. And the EST is inclusive, equitable, and people-centered. You see on the right the different transport modes and how environmentally sustainable they are. The friendliest would be the non-motorized transport modes. They are the friendliest to the environment, and followed by public transport. And the least friendly to the environment because of its inefficiency is the private car. Now let's move on to the issues and challenges that public transport faces in our cities. I present to you 4 major groups of challenges. And we start with this first big challenge faced by public transport, which is the disconnect between theory and practice. It is the disconnect, the inconsistency between what is ideal and what we see on the ground. It is important to understand the concept of latent or induced demand, and especially now that there seems to be a penchant or a tendency for the construction or for the implementation or for the preference for road infrastructure as a way to meet the mobility needs of people in our cities. Now, the concept of latent demand is important to understand so that we will be aware of the consequences or the externality of additional road construction. Latent demand represents demand that is already there, that is currently existing, but is not realized or is not manifested because of existing constraints. It is latent, it is just waiting to be realized, waiting to be unleashed. And when there is new road infrastructure opened, then that releases the floodgates of travel demand by private cars. And in the beginning, travel may be smooth, maybe fast, but as they say, you build and they will come. You build roads and vehicles will come. And if many vehicles come, and always vehicles come and eventually fill up the new road infrastructure, and then there will be a need for new road infrastructure. Latent demand, also called induced demand, is a phenomenon that after supply increases, more of a good is consumed. So when a new road opens, there's higher usage of that road. Vehicles come until such time when the vehicles crowd the new road infrastructure, and there is a temptation to build more roads. And some people see that as a solution, to build more roads, to serve the increasing travel demand, to serve the unleashed or the travel demand that is there, that is impending to happen. But building new roads to solve traffic congestion is not different from buying a bigger pair of pants to solve the problem of obesity. Now, why do individuals prefer private mobility or the use of private cars? Well, there are nice things about the use of private cars. There's flexibility. We don't have to run after a schedule. There's privacy. We are in our own cabin, in the comfort of our own cabin. Security is a valid reason. For some people, there's prestige. And there may be other reasons which are also valid, but these are individuals. These are the reasons of individuals why they prefer private cars. But communities are not just a combination of individuals. In a way, it is a community is composed of individuals, but let us bear in mind that the action of one individual has an impact on another. So we also have to look at the collective good or public welfare. And if everybody uses a private car, then we have the externalities of transport that I discussed earlier. So how do we solve that dilemma? The dilemma between individual preferences and collective good. Well, the government and stakeholders must intervene and must identify interventions that will benefit the greater good or will create the greater good for the greater majority. We also have the National Transport Policy. It is a policy, it is official, it has to be implemented, and it supports public transport. In fact, the National Transport Policy gives priority to public mass transport. Pardon the language, it's quite awkward. Public mass transport, according to the National Transport Policy in urban areas, shall be given priority over private transport. Now, this policy is not just that of the DOTR. This is a policy of the national government. It is the policy not just of a single department, but it should be the policy of the entire government bureaucracy. And what it says is it shall, or public transport must have the priority over private cars. High capacity public transport systems shall be the preferred mode in high passenger density corridors, according to the policy. And there must be interconnectivity and multimodality within and among public transport modes. The policy is there, the policy is in place, but do we see it in reality? I leave that question to you. Now let's go to the second major issue faced by public transport, and I call it the Little Prince principle. The author, Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, the author of The Little Prince, said that what is essential is invisible to the eye. Now, what are we talking about here with respect to public transport? On a public transport system, there tends to be a stronger focus and attention on the visible aspects of public transport, the impressive infrastructure and facilities, the nice vehicles, the cool gadgets, the high-tech aspect of public transport. These are very interesting, fascinating things. And these are the physical, these are the tangible things that tend to get more attention from people. But as Antoine de Saint-Exupéry said, what is essential is the invisible. And the invisible refers to the soft components that are sometimes left behind. These are the things that we do not physically or tangibly see. This refers to institutional capacity, public transport reform, the need for champions, public transport system integration. There's a physical aspect of it. There's also the non-physical or intangible aspect of public transport integration, pertaining to the relationship between the regulator and the operators, and devising a system that will make the different routes integrate well with each other, that will integrate fare, that will integrate information. It isn't just physical integration. There's also the need for the optimum operating arrangements and finance mechanisms, and the need to market public transport to erase the stigma of public transport usage. The stigma that when you are a public transport user, then you are poor. That stigma is to be erased. And that can be done through marketing, communications, and branding. Now, these are the soft components of public transport, which are not as cool and as interesting as the directly visible aspects of public transport. But as the Little Prince author said, what is essential is invisible to the eye. Let's take the EDSA busway as an example. In preparation for this webinar presentation, I conducted a quick key informant interviews with some operators, and they have nice words to say, nice things to say about the EDSA busway. They say that the concept is very good, actually. The idea is fantastic. Having a dedicated lane is something that they've dreamed of. Parang BRT na yan, they say. And they are also impressed about how the MMDA manages traffic at bus stations. The MMDA ensures that there's no buntisan at bus stops, meaning there's no piling up of buses at bus stops. The MMDA ensures that the buses do not dwell unnecessarily long beyond what they are allowed to, the amount of time they're allowed to spend at bus stops. And there's the strict instruction that the bus stops should not be converted to terminals. And the MDA seems to be doing a great job on that. So it's good, rave reviews, good comments from some operators. However, there are also these comments, the comment of a faulty app and mobile signal for GPS monitoring of operator performance, the apparent lack of auditing and accounting expertise of the proponent. They say that an accounting firm can actually be engaged to do the job because that is their expertise. The lack of absorptive capacity of the proponent and the absence of an entity with the technical expertise to monitor and audit service contract compliance, determine and process compensation promptly. And this lack of prompt compensation has led to some squabble, some conflict between the proponent, which is the LTFRB, and the bus operators, the two bus consortia involved in the EDSA busway. And a week ago, on October 18, there's been long lines of passengers were observed because of the lack of buses on the EDSA busway. From the permitted 550 buses or so, only around 160 vehicles were observed. And so the LTFRB scolded the bus consortium and asked them to explain. And it turns out that there are some payment issues. And it turns out also that there were technical issues with the remittance of payment. So these things could have been avoided. Of course, we are looking at things with a 2020 vision on hindsight and from an observer's point of view. But these things can actually be avoided if there is an entity that has the capability to do the monitoring, do the accounting, do the audit, and do the prompt compensation, in addition to the planning of the bus system. Now, moving on to the third issue, which I call the labyrinth of governance. There are many agencies involved in the planning and operations and monitoring of public transport in our cities. There's the DOTR and the other national government agencies involved. The DOTR is supposed to just be a policy-making body, not really an operator. The LTFRB is a regulatory body, not an operator. There's the local governments, there's the DILG, there's the MDA for traffic management, there's the DPWH, which owns the national roads on which many of our public transport vehicles run. There's the DOF and the DPM. which should make the money available for running the EDSA busway, for example. And there's the DNR to ensure that environmental standards are met. And there are constraints in existing legislation. For example, the LTFRB is not allowed to channel back to the EDSA busway operations the fare that it could otherwise collect from passengers. And I understand that there are two reasons why it is libreng sakay or free fare for the EDSA busway. Number one, it is a governance way of helping commuters in this pandemic times. And number two, well, the LTFRB is not allowed to channel back the fares to be collected if ever it does collect fares. So the fares were just made to be free, but there are sustainability issues when there's zero fare. Service contracting is being used in EDSA busway. It is something that is practiced globally, but service contracting and free fares are not synonymous with each other. So there's an apparent need for a public transport authority or a government-owned and controlled corporation that is equipped with a required mandate, given the responsibilities and the capability to fulfill those responsibilities. Instead of having so many moving parts, instead of having so many agencies that are involved in different aspects of public transport, planning, operation, management, we can have a single entity that has the capacity, has the capability to carry out all these varied tasks. Maybe that is something that should be considered by our legislators, because it will require legislation to create a government-owned and controlled corporation that is driven by clear objectives and targets. The fourth and last issue that I am including in this presentation is the political economy of things. Political economy is the interdisciplinary branch of social sciences that focus on the interrelationships among individuals, governments, and public policy. It is the study of the relationships and dynamics among government and stakeholders with respect to public policy. It is a study of the different moving parts, the different players when it comes to public transport. There's government, there's the riding public, there's the operators, there's the financiers, there's the private car users, etc. There are so many players involved. And it's important to understand the relationships among these players so that, to be clearer, we will know how to come up with the optimum solution, the optimum arrangement. So political economy would involve communication, collaboration, negotiation, and consensus for the greater good. Public transport is not just about technology. It's about politics and economics, because there are so many entities involved, so many stakeholder groups with different interests at stake. Then you have this dynamic interrelationships that can be very complicated, and there is money involved. Big money is at stake. So there's the economic aspect of it as well. So transport, or public transport for that matter, is not just about technology. Although it is important, it is not the most important. It is about the political economy of things. So how do we move forward? Well, one promising thing, and that is hanging fruit for us to utilize, is the PUVMP, the Public Utility Vehicle Modernization Program. This program is not just about vehicle modernization, although the name of the program seems to imply that it is just about vehicle modernization. It's not. It is a program with various components, not just about the vehicle. The program has components that pertain to the soft or invisible aspects of public transport. The program is a combination of both the visible and the invisible parts of public transport. And there's a need to roll out this program in earnest, better than ever before. But there's a need to fine-tune it and to carry it out with stakeholders on board. Later this afternoon, in the presentations that you will listen to, there will be a more detailed discussion of the program, and that will make things much clearer on what the program has achieved and how the program will proceed. On this note, I'd like to thank you for listening. And if you have any questions later, I will be happy to address them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Montalvo, for the talk on the issues and challenges in public transportation. And before we continue, may I also mention again that if you have any questions or comments for our speakers, our panelists, please feel free to type them in our Q&A box, and our panelists, our speakers would be able to read them and then probably answer them before our open forum. And looking at the chat box earlier, we had some participants asking us if they will be given or provided copies of the presentations this afternoon. Yes, those will be provided to you along with your e-certificates later. So our support staff will be sending you your e-certificates along with copies or links kung malaki yung file size ng ating mga presentation slides this afternoon. Moving on to our next presentation. Our next presenter is currently a faculty member, an associate professor at the National College of Public Administration and Governance. He also obtained his Doctor of Engineering from the University of Tokyo and his master's and bachelor's degree at the UP Diliman. He is currently doing research on sustainable transport policy, as well as travel demand modeling and forecasting. And he has been involved in a lot of major studies, particularly here in the Philippines, including the survey on interregional passenger and freight flow back in 2004 and 2005, and the MUTIS update and capacity enhancement project in 2012 to 2015. Our next speaker is currently also working on a project with the California Advanced Research Initiative, PICARI. This is the Data Analytics for Research and Education, or DARE project, working on information exchange platform for the public sector and energy. And he's also currently working on the Energy Research Fund funded project on incentivizing eco-driving in the public transportation system in Metro Manila. Help me welcome to talk about improving public transport services through crowdsourcing, collaborative governance, and co-production, Dr. Noriel Christopher Tiglao. Dr. Tiglao?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Dr. Redor. Again, I thank the organizers of this webinar, UPCIDS, chaired by Dr. Akisa, and of course, UP NCTS with Dr. Rick Sieg was the director. So thank you very much for this time to be able to share. Okay, so I'll be talking now this afternoon about improving public transport services through crowdsourcing, collaborative governance, and co-production. I think the first topic was really very nice in setting up the stage for what we can discuss today in this topic. So I'll be covering how do we start to address challenges in improving public transport services, given of course that we have the PUB modernization program as the centerpiece, no? So there's a lot of reform effort there. So how can we move forward, no, in addressing the lingering challenges that we have? Secondly, there's really a need to develop collaborative governance. In view of the pandemic and the disruptions, we are actually exploring, how do we make sense of, and improve better governance among stakeholders. I'll discuss the potentials of crowdsourcing and co-production approaches, and then I'll quickly present an actual pilot study that's really live. It's a work in progress, no, the General Santos pilot study, and later on we will have Engineer Risa Paches to maybe discuss a little bit more about learnings, lesson learned, and even what are the ensuing challenges and perhaps leading practice in this area, and then some research directions. I like to start this slide on an early assessment of the PUVMP, and it's available on the internet. No, this is according to the Congressional Policy and Budget Research Department, or CPBRD, of the House of Representatives. I think the findings here are really very telling about PUVMP. One is that the report says that there's too much focus on vehicle replacement, and that sequencing of activities is very critical in the success of this program. And there was a suggestion in that report that maybe sequencing it, like you have to start with regulatory reform first, and then one of the component, which is LPTRP, or Local Public Transport Route Plan formulation and submission, and then route rationalization as first activities before embarking on the fleet modernization itself. And there was a mention that this would give stakeholders better appreciation of the program. And we know, every time there's a new program, there are reforms. Yung tinatawag po natin na goal congruence is very important. The stakeholders, the actors should be in the same page insofar as the implementation of the program. And of course, there's a grace period there, there's a timeline, but the report actually mentions there might be a need, for more time for operators and drivers to prepare. No. The third one is that the report actually cites, that the objective really is laudable, and this is I think a policy that everyone, all the stakeholders, we are looking, we have been looking for this, no, but the report also mentions that unless properly implemented, benefits to be gained from the program may not be fully realized. And add to that, what we are seeing in our own research is that trajectory of the modernization efforts remains unclear, no, due to a variety of factors. And of course, we know that COVID-19 pandemic happened. But I will not stop there because a lot of there's a saying which goes that it's useless to waste a crisis, right? So let's start to think about how to address challenges in improving public transport services. We identify three key activities or key steps for us to start addressing. First is there's a need to identify what are the policy gaps in the PUVMP implementation, as there might be underlying structural constraints and bottlenecks in the policy environment, right? So we're not talking here of the national, top-down policy issues, but there are also bottom-up issues, issues on the ground, issues of local public transport policies. And we're trying to address a lot of that, as you will see here in the next slides. Second one is that there's a need to perhaps continuously evaluate the institutional capacity of concerned national and local government agencies and address them, because there's a new, there are new reforms, and there are needed capacities to be able to address and deliver the intended public services. And then the third one there is, I think, very important. And so far, I think we have missed and we have not really addressed this in a more comprehensive way. We have to review and continuously take stock of the stakeholders' responses and even the commuters' responses to the policy performance of the PUVMP. So all in all, we need a multi-stakeholder, multi-perspective approach in terms of sense making. No, we are trying to make sense. Is it a national issue? Is it a corridor issue? Is it a city issue? Is it capacities? Is it policy and so on? And for us to be able to evaluate the present and future state. So I think we should always have the end in mind. What are we trying to address, and how do we do it? If we are to improve public transport services in the country. I would like to offer in our research at NCPAG. Now we are trying to test this concept of collaborative governance, where it refers to the processes and structures of public policy decision making and management that engage people across boundaries. So for the longest time, we have been missing out on looking at the issues of perhaps the operator and the driver. And we have to again maybe put more details on that. What contractual arrangement need to change so that the services can be provided more efficiently. There are also different levels of government, from national to local, city, municipal, province. We also need to look at different sectors of the society, public, private, and the civic spheres. So that the idea is all the stakeholders should be able to work out an arrangement where they could collaboratively deliver at the first design, deliver, and produce the intended services. So as you can see there on the framework on the right side of the screen, trust building is very important. Commitment to the process is very important. So this is not an overnight fix. Hindi ito pwedeng overnight lang ay maganda na. It requires openness. It requires shared ownership and shared understanding. And so on top of that, we need to develop our institutions through participatory means, through greater inclusiveness and development of new processes. One thing that we are looking at, and we will show by way of the General Santos experience, is crowdsourcing. And what has often been mentioned as lacking in public transport planning and management is data. Kulang parati ng data. Whenever a local government unit is preparing its own local public transport route plans, data is lacking, or if available, very limited. So as you can see on this slide, maybe we should really tap the potential of crowdsourcing, involving the different stakeholders, and not just the commuter, but it should include the commuter, the driver, the operator, and other private sector institutions, to be able to really compile the much needed data for decision making. So so the different people will have different roles as sensors, as social computers, as reporters, and data analytics is very important to be able to see and analyze what is happening on the ground, and for us to improve on our policy making. And then finally, make available online tools, because this aspect is very costly, not only for national government but even for local government and the public transport industry. So if we are able to develop a platform that would be easy to use and accessible, then that's really that will be really useful for everyone. The next concept is co-production. So if we engage people to take data, make sense of what is happening on the ground, then they will be in a better position to co-produce the services. So it recognizes that, the idea is that the one that the government regulatory office is regulating the sector could also be part of the answer, no? So that there is a synergistic relationship. There's codependency, there's collaboration, no? So when put into practice, citizens who are affected by the service are not only consulted, but they also play an active part in the conception, design, steering, and the management of the services. So this is very important. There are two models that we're looking at. You have a co-production design model where you start with identification, then engagement, then it now begins to empower stakeholders to improve governance, right? So we develop, through co-design, and then hopefully deliver the needed services. A second model would be something akin to yung ICT, no? Where you have crowdsourcing, co-design, so people are involved in the design of maybe it's an app, it's a website, or it's a data collection tool. And then crowdsourcing design and government delivery is also tied into that process, and all the way to citizen co-delivery. So we have to test this because we don't have enough experience in terms of using this framework. But literature will say that there are potential impacts of digital co-production. So one, they will have direct interaction. There's greater motivation for people to play an active role in the co-production process, bringing resources to the service. So it might not be costly after all, no? Because each one will be bringing their own level of resource in terms of time and even expertise. And this is I think the most important part of this framework. Sharing in decision making is very important, so that the citizens, the stakeholders, the operators, the drivers, they are part in the solution. On this background, we actually have an ongoing data analytics for research and education program, where we have been working closely with a unit, the National Institute of Physics and Mapua University, which is supported by CHED and the University of California at Berkeley. So what we do here is that to test the concept of collaboration, we use different methods. We do design thinking workshop. We deploy IoT, Internet of Things, so that we can test, is this sensible? We do data analysis and modeling, and finally, institutional capacity enhancement. So we have several pilots actually. When we started this, we started with UP campus on a campus scale, just ECOT and Toki routes, but we also captured the experience of Pasig City for the Pasig bus service on a service scale. We did actually a corridor deployment for the EDSA busway last year. But starting January of this year, we have been working closely with General Santos for a city scale implementation. So we have a design challenge, no? In view of the pandemic, these are the 4 areas I think that we can start to build responsive systems for public transport. One is real-time transit information to avoid the long lines and overcrowding. We need proper management on route-based fleet schedule kasi wala naman tayong timetable. So hopefully to address the packed loading and unloading areas, we need proper scheduling. Third, we were trying to address contract tracing in public transport as a design issue. And then finally, monitoring and feedback system. So again, we use these methodologies to develop and propose and test a system. So design thinking and collaborative governance workshop is an approach to involve all the stakeholders, not just government, but even private sector and even the industry to develop, a kind of framework for public transport. It is a design-led process where you look at the user experience, right? And then it's puts emphasis on collaboration and integrative thinking. And so we put it's not just an issue of more regulations, no? But we look at principles, we look at processes, we develop the tools, as well as we hope that policy and evidence-based policy making will be supported by this process. So as we were doing the analysis during the pandemic, we thought that, why don't we build an app? Because there was a lockdown, and so we started building this mobile application called Safe Travel PH. No, it's a mobile application and information exchange platform that actively engages government, transport industry, providers, and passengers all at the same time. It's actually part of the efforts of the UP COVID-19 pandemic response team when we started this. So what the app does is that it's anchored on this principle that you need to measure quality of public transport system, monitor that on a regular basis, and then provide that feedback to the various stakeholders. So they are looking at one platform for capturing and for presenting the data in the dashboard. And all the whether you're the operator, the driver, or the commuter, they are co-producers in the system. So they generate the data. So we don't hire surveyors. So the driver who sits in front of this of the the front of the vehicle can actually take part in, for example, getting boarding and alighting data real time. You may not see there, but we actually even deployed web camera to even monitor the vehicle parameters as part of the proof of concept. So really the idea is to involve everyone in the platform. So there are several features here. One is you're able to see the road and traffic incidents at real time. You're able to see the public transport utility vehicles and their estimated travel time and their occupancies. The system is able actually to record trips for contact tracing, and finally a rating scheme where you rate based on the commuter feedback. The capabilities is there, but we learned that to be able to roll this out, this is not just a technology issue. It requires actually a lot of preparation and engagement with the local stakeholders. So, but this is the tabulation of the benefits. If you have real-time transit information, you have good contact tracing inside the system, as well as reporting of the quality of service. So it's a win-win situation. There's so much benefit for everyone, and most of all, it's actually a free and open system. I say it's free to use, but it's not without cost, because the cost is shared among the different stakeholders. So for the next couple of slides, I'll just show some of the data that we're seeing. So you have boarding and lighting points. This is the case of Gensan, which is really, I think, a living laboratory of these concepts. So we are seeing passenger load profile being generated, even vehicle maps and occupancy maps. So you can see there the driver of the modern jeepney in Gensan using this. So for the status, we are very happy with the strong support from the Gensan LGU Public Safety Office. We actually are conducting daily Zoom huddles, yung interaction, just to improve and to iterate on a lot of the systems. The LTFRB Regional Franchising and Regulatory Office, Region 12, has been supporting the rollout of this to monitor the operations of even the latest round of Libreng Sakay services. The PTAG, the Public Transport Alliance of Gensan, has been really, we've been trying to get them on board, and they are really key, in ensuring the success. We have been pushing for, and we have, finalizing some of the collaborative research that's been, that are really key in ensuring continuance of a lot of these initiatives. And finally, we'll be doing actually also a design thinking and collaborative governance workshop for the city. So it's just, we're tracking, the use of the fleet monitoring for Gensan, where, if you're really thinking issue ba yung internet connectivity, I think it's, there's connectivity is there. We just need to bring everyone on board. So we're actually tracing, a lot of operations throughout the entire city across the different routes, and it's a viable approach. You can see there this Route 11. We have even made a platform where the operators can actually monitor in real time their units. So it requires really strong involvement, as well as we're exploring a lot of use cases in designing new policies. So this is not the end. The end is really designing new policies that will work for the city. Very recently, we have been trying to test the use of the app in terms of providing real-time data to the commuters. So here you can see on the screen an actual unit, flying, and in real time the commuter can see and maybe look at ridership. Is there meron pa bang, is there available seats, and so on and so forth. Now, so I think this is something that the LGU has been really also pushing so that in the public transport system will be more responsive. Very recently, we have, I think sometime in May of this year, we rolled out and installed the RFID sensors to monitor tricycles. So this is just a pilot. The idea is again to measure the operation of even this local mode tricycle, which we know is an issue for all local governments. So this is an example of a stalled vehicle captured in the system, and the enforcers can actually just respond to the local scene. So there's a lot of use cases, and we are opening it up for actually research and development by partnering with the local university. So finally, I'd like to show that this requires a process. So we on the top here, we started with data sharing, and we started collaborative research with the concerned local government unit, which is the Public Safety Office. And then we started rolling out the public transport crowdsourcing through their strong support. And then hopefully we are able to test better collaborative governance for the local transport system. Finally, this is just an emerging framework, and maybe we can discuss this later. The idea is to continuously measure policy capacity of the local government towards the use of big data and improving smart governance. So finally, I just mentioned that because of this research and this collaboration with Gensan, we have been developing a lot of these new policy tools, including partnerships, the crowdsourcing platform, a collaborative governance workshop, and the policy capacity survey. So all in all, my last statement here is that wicked problems like local public transport can be addressed through effective collaborative governance mechanism. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Tiglao, for that very, very informative presentation. So updates on the innovations, the different apps being developed and being applied, implemented. So hindi na tayo development na lang, so deployment na rin ng mga apps natin. Our third speaker this afternoon obtained his bachelor's and master's degree also from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and obtained his PhD in electrical engineering at the University of New South Wales in Australia. And our speaker has been involved in a variety of projects, particularly alternative fuels for public utility vehicles, as well as the Immobility projects with the DOST PSHERD. Help me welcome an associate professor from the University of the Philippines Electrical and Electronics Engineering Institute, Dr. Lou Andrew Tria. Dr. Lou?
Thank you, Dr. Reg. Let me share my screen. Yeah, okay. Visible yung presentation ko, Dr. Reg?
Yes, clear.
Okay, thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Lou Tria from the Electrical and Electronics Engineering Institute of UP Diliman, also an affiliate of the National Center for Transport Studies. I would like to thank NCTS for giving me the opportunity to present some of our works, some of the works that we have done in relation to public transportation. Particularly for this afternoon, I will present our research activities on alternative fuels vehicle for public transportation. So I will do my presentation in two parts. First part is I will present the alternative fuels vehicle testing that we have conducted, looking at three technologies. We did both on-road and laboratory tests. So this test was conducted for the Department of Energy. Then second part is I will present some of the electric mobility research that we have conducted and we are currently conducting at the University of the Philippines. So first one is the alternative fuels vehicle testing. So this study was done or was finished in 2016, but we started the study in 2013, and the final tests were conducted towards the early part of 2016. So we submitted the report to the Department of Energy mid-2016. So this is pre-PUV modernization, take note. So the goal of the study was to provide a performance of the alternative fuel vehicle that were available during that time for public utility vehicles. So we aim to conduct on-road tests to determine the actual performance of the alternative fuel vehicles and develop drivetrains to test them in laboratory conditions. Okay. So this is the conceptual framework. So we have three alternative fuel vehicles run by LPG, diesel, and electric. So we did on-road survey, on-road test of these vehicles, and on the right side we get the on-road parameters, the fuel economy and operational cost, and on the left side we also do we derive the drive cycles during the on-road test and use those drive cycles in laboratory tests using chassis dynamometer at the university, whose output is also fuel economy, and we can also get the operational cost. But for this afternoon, I will just report on the technical side of the fuel economy. So we tested three vehicles. One is diesel, fueled by diesel. Other one is auto LPG, and the other one is powered by electric. So those three vehicles are actually commercially available. Those are being used, already being used by operators, particularly the diesel and the electric are under Pasang Mazda. They operate, I believe, in UPSM North route, and LPG is operated by Common Transport Service Cooperative. Okay. So we use the same test routes for the 3 vehicles. We use SM North in here in Quezon City to going through the Quezon Memorial Circle, then Commonwealth, up to Litex, going near Fairview, and back. So those are the routes of the vehicles that we did our on-road tests. So the distance is around 10.57 kilometer. That is from SM North to Litex, and 10.17 back from Litex to SM North. So we placed instruments on the vehicles. That includes GPS. We have odometers, and for the electric vehicle, charging data, and for the other fuel, the refueling data. So comparing the 3, so that the test run were done in two months, and comparing the fuel consumption and fuel economy of the three vehicles, and this is on-road test, take note. So we got these fuel economies in terms of mileage. The auto LPG ran in 4.84. Let me have a pointer. Okay, so 4.84 kilometers per liter for auto LPG. For the diesel, that's 7.07 kilometers per liter. And for the electric, it's 4.09 kilometers per kilowatt hour. So we use some equivalence factor to get the diesel equivalent mileage. So for auto LPG, we have 7.15, and for the electric, 11.51. So we can see that the electric has the highest mileage at 11.51 kilometers per liter. However, it can also be noted here that the electric has the least distance traveled, and this can be attributed to the charging time of these electric Jeep that we use. Around this time, the same company is not yet or has not yet improved their charging infrastructure. I think they are charging it at around 4 to 6 hours per full charge. So it is really expected that it has the lowest travel distance during the tests. Okay. Then, as I mentioned, we also used the on-road test to derive the drive cycle. So the drive cycle of the route that where the vehicles pass through can be represented by such as this curve. So it's a speed versus time, okay? And we can use this as input to our laboratory test using the chassis dynamometer at the Vehicle Research and Testing Laboratory here at the University of the Philippines. So we derived the drive cycle for the 3 vehicles and conducted mileage test, the fuel economy test on laboratory. So this is in laboratory conditions. So again, using same factors, we can see that still electric has the highest mileage. It's still at 11 kilometers per liter. However, there seems to be some change in the mileage of auto LPG with respect to diesel. So on the on-road test, the mileage of auto LPG is higher than that of the diesel, but during the lab test, this is in controlled condition, the mileage of the auto LPG now is lower than the diesel. The mechanical engineering group attributed this to the design of the auto LPG. They said that the motor might be not optimized for the size of the vehicle that was used. Okay. We also conducted constant speed test. So I think it's better to see it in the next figure. So this is a constant speed test. So we ran the vehicles at constant speeds, so at different speeds at from 10 to 80 kilometers per hour. And at constant speed test, we can see that the diesel jeepney actually performs a lot better at constant speed, especially at higher speed. However, at lower speed, there's a large advantage of the electric. So the green graph here has higher mileage at lower speed up to near 40 or 36 here, 36 kilometers per hour. The electric vehicle now has lower mileage than the diesel. And eventually, the mileage of LPG and or overtakes that of the electric at even higher speed. And this can be attributed to what we call the capacity fade of batteries, okay, which are the energy and power source of electric vehicles. So as we increase the speed of electric vehicles, it draws more power. So it draws more power from the battery. And due to the capacity fade, if larger power is drawn constantly from the battery, the capacity of the battery actually decreases. So that's where we attributed this decrease in mileage of the electric vehicle at higher speed. But we also said that the speed of our public transportation, especially in urban areas, actually does not really go beyond sometimes 40 kph. So the mileage still will be higher for. That's why during the on-road test, the mileage of the electric vehicle was actually much higher than the diesel and LPG. But if we do constant speed all throughout, we expect the mileage of the electric vehicle to be lower than that of the diesel and even from the LPG. Okay. So the summary of the test showed that the electric jeep's mileage is higher than that of the diesel jeep for on-road and laboratory conditions, even even against auto LPG. Okay? So electric jeep's mileage in diesel equivalent is higher at lower speed, particularly at less than 40 kilometers per hour, and the mileage goes down at higher speed and loading. And during the test, we already pointed out the importance of a charging infrastructure. So because the charger of the electric jeep is slow charging, so it takes some time to fully charge the electric jeep that time. There's a limited number of hours and limited distance traveled by the electric jeep during the on-road tests. So we pointed out that fast charging is indeed critical to maximize the operation. So even though the mileage of the electric jeep is actually good, is even higher than other technology, if without the charging infrastructure, operational wise, it will be challenging for electric jeepneys to be a viable alternative to other fuels. Okay. So since this was conducted in early 2016, so some of our recommendations, if I will recommend right now, is to conduct tests on more routes and more vehicle model to include also the new jeepneys, so the Euro 4 and the new electric vehicles that are being used. We also recommend to use standard drive cycle. And so we have standard drive cycle under the Bureau of Philippine Standard. Also, there are some literature showing Philippine drive cycles, so we can use those drive cycle, or better yet, if we can actually profile the drive cycles all around the country so that we can get the performance of our vehicles in any part of the country. We also recommend to include the emission brought about by this technology, because we have already only tested the fuel economy. So it's best to include the emissions by these technologies. Okay? And also to include other technical issues. So weather tolerance. So we have not actually tested on road during rainy season where there's flooding. Battery safety, that was battery safety, and the charging and refueling infrastructure. So we were not able to make it equal, the charging and refueling for the three technologies. So those are some of the next steps that, if given the opportunity, we will include this in the succeeding tests. Okay. So that's for the vehicle test. So the succeeding slides now, because of what we have seen as the advantage of electric vehicles, and we believe their importance in modernizing our public utility transportation. Because we realized, especially recently, that a lot of countries are already phasing out conventional ICE, or internal combustion engine vehicles, and that includes also their public transportation. So in some countries are already targeting 2030s and even 2040 that they will go full electric. So if we don't think about going electric, we might be the last country to still use conventional vehicles, so ICE vehicles. And the danger of that is there will be no new supply. There will be no suppliers for us for these conventional vehicles. And we might end up with just surplus or old vehicles coming from other countries. So the activities that I will present in the succeeding slides include some of our efforts to anticipate that shift into electric mobility, especially in our public transportation sector. So as early as 2013, we acknowledged the importance of charging infrastructure, especially this was the year when the tricycle electrification program of the Department of Energy was approved in 2012. So we proposed to the Department of Science and Technology to come up with a charging infrastructure research. So we proposed a fast charging system for electric vehicles that will charge the vehicles in under 1 hour, so charging in minutes. So eventually, we finished the project in 2015, and we have quite a number of deployments right now. So we have, from this large charging unit, we have already optimized this for electric tricycles. We have some deployments. This is that our deployment in Cauayan City in Isabela. So we have 2 chargers there in front of the Isabela State University campus in Cauayan. Okay. We also have a deployment of the fast charging system in Tuguegarao City. So we have the University of the Philippines partner with Cagayan State University to pilot a network of charging infrastructure and electric vehicles there in the regional center of Cagayan Valley. So we have deployment of fast charging and other charging infrastructure, including solar powered in Tuguegarao City. Commercially, we have deployment in Ayala, Alabang, and of course in UP. We have the pilot in charging station in UP Diliman, which features some of the possible technologies that can be in place in charging station. Like we have storage in charging station, wherein we have solar on the roof of the charging station, which can store its produce in the battery, which also in the charging station, and the energy will be used to charge the vehicles. Okay, so we tried our best to make it as similar as possible to a refueling station, so that the drivers will not or are already used to seeing this. So when we see it, oh, it's a charging station, so it's a refueling station. So we even have retractable pulley to imitate yung mga existing gasoline stations. So even the outlets are similar to gasolines, to the ones in the gasoline stations. Okay, so there are criticisms that electric vehicles are not really clean, so they will be using electricity, and like our country's electricity mix is not really fully renewable, so we are only around 30+% renewable. So we also installed renewable energy, so solar, in our charging station. And in one of our studies, we have actually achieved zero net energy. So we got our source of energy purely from solar. Okay. So other research efforts, vehicle to everything. With electrification, these technologies would be possible, and this can actually complement the electric vehicles. So vehicle to everything, or what we call V2X. So this figure shows a ride-hailing system similar to Grab and Uber, specifically designed by our researchers from UPEEE for use on electric tricycles. So the system uses a network of energy-aware electric vehicles and charging stations, where there is cooperation between the electric vehicles and charging infrastructure. So operations such as scheduling of vehicles, route to take, charging designation, and charging time will be coordinated such that the overall energy demand of the system will be optimized. So the electric vehicles can communicate with each other, and the electric vehicles can also communicate with the charging infrastructure. So we came up with an app to implement this system. So we called it HATID. So it is pilot. It has already been piloted last year in UP campus. And if you are in UP campus, you will be able to book an electric tricycle, although we only have around 10 electric tricycles right now in campus. But if you in campus, you will be able to use this to book a ride in our electric tricycles. This is also piloted in Tuguegarao City, the pilot site that I shown a while ago. So it's similar to Uber and Grab, and it has added features of knowing where is the nearest charging infrastructure. And if your vehicle on the driver's side, you should be able to determine if your vehicle is or needed to be charged. So another project, a recently approved project that we have on electric mobility, is a National Center for R&D for Immobility. So this is a niche, our NICER program, so Niche Center in the Regions program for R&D by the Department of Science and Technology. So this is in partnership with the Cagayan State University. So our project under university is the development of the electrical electronic system. So these are the components that we are developing. So the BMS, the motor controller, and the vehicle control unit. So the electrical electronics part is conducted by the University of the Philippines, and the mechanical side will be designed by the Cagayan State University. So they will determine the appropriate design to be used specifically for the region. Okay. Part of the efforts also is battery testing. So we have battery testing capability to support our electric vehicle industry. Okay. We also have an accelerated battery niche NICER program in partnership with TUP, Technological University of Philippines, but is under the Chemical Engineering Department. Okay. And there are these are our other current research projects that we are conducting in support of the electric mobility industry and the alternative fuels program of the government. So we have placement of electric vehicle charging stations in a local transportation network. So we are piloting it here in Quezon City in Barangays Payatas and Barangay Batasan and Barangay Commonwealth. We have also doing design and fabrication of local design and fabrication of electric motors, grid impact study of electric vehicle deployment to anticipate the increased penetration of electric vehicles, what would be the effect on our electricity or power system, and a project that we are actually excited, and this is already approved for funding, is electrification of Pasig River Ferry. So we are moving from land transportation now to maritime transportation, water transportation. The Philippines being a archipelagic country, so it is just proper that we look into electrification of our water transportation. Okay, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you for listening. If you have questions or if you have some clarification on the projects that I presented, you may contact me. This is my email, and I'm also open to answering your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tria, for that presentation and an update on the various projects being undertaken right now at the University of the Philippines. So that's good news also, talking about electrification or applying these technologies to maritime transport as well. And that is quite promising, considering that, as you said, there are many other applications around the country, being an archipelago. So baka next time, hindi lang, simula lang sa Pasig River Ferry, but later yung mga bangkas natin, which are also using fossil fuels to power them. Allow me to proceed to our panel discussion this afternoon, and our question, main question for our panel discussion is, what are the different necessary policy reforms to further improve the implementation of the PUVMP? And our panel is comprised of 5 people representing government, industry, and civil society. And it's good to start off with those resource speakers delivering an update about what is going on in the University of the Philippines. As Dr. Raquisa mentioned earlier, we hope to be able to present this afternoon what we are doing and what we're trying to contribute for the public transport sector. The first panelist this afternoon is with the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Road Transport and Infrastructure of the Department of Transportation. He is the project manager of the DOTR Road Transport and Infrastructure sector, and currently doing his PhD work at the University of Auckland, where his research is on urban planning, multi-level governance, and the decarbonization of urban transport. And he also graduated from the University of the Philippines, NCPAG, so yung college ni Dr. Tiglo kanina. And he's also involved in a lot of engagements on public transportation, being an environmental planner by profession, and also a recipient of scholarship to do research on public transportation through the International Association of Public Transport, or UITP. And please allow me to, please help me welcome our first panelist, Mr. Jomir Pontawe. Joe.
Thank you very much, Doc Reg, for the introduction, and allow me to share my screen to begin the presentation. There. Can anyone confirm if they can see the slide presented?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Reg. So on behalf of the Department of Transportation and its attached agencies, allow me to present the latest updates on the Public Utility Vehicle Modernization Program, including the current challenges that we perceive and the key strategies that we will be implementing in the succeeding months and years of the implementation of the program. So basically, I would like to first amplify what Doc Dayo mentioned a while ago, that PUVMP is not just really about replacing the old public utility vehicles in the country, but it's really more on the holistic approach. We are trying to reform and modernize the whole public transport system. So we have 5 key objectives. Number 1 is to modernize the current PUV fleet. Of course, we would also like to reform and consolidate the industry. Prior to PUVMP, we have an operator to PUV unit ratio of 1:1.14. So this means na we're close to 1:1 sa operator to unit ratio. And then, of course, we would like to move towards low emission PUVs. Currently, most of our jeepneys are running on Euro 0. We would also like to amplify our commitments to the national, in line with the national determined contributions of the Philippines. That's why we are highlighting this specific objective of PUVMP. And then, of course, we would like to improve the welfare of commuters and encourage modal shift from private transportation to public transportation and active transport. And of course, to improve the standards of living of drivers, operators, and their families. And that's why we would like to veer away from the traditional boundary system. And we would like to have an institutionalized mechanism in which all drivers are salaried or are considered employees as well. And they receive a full salary and all the mandated benefits by an employer. The 3 main components of the program are our three main objectives are moving to have safe, secure, and comfortable, convenient requirements for PUVs based on the OFG or the Department Order released in 2017. As I've mentioned, environment-friendly, safety and security, and comfort and convenience for all of our commuters. This was also highlighted by Dr. Dayo a while ago and Dr. Tiglao. We would like to highlight this as early as 2016, the PUVMP, before we released the department order. We've been doing the planning, for example, for the regulatory reform, the JMC with DILG, the department orders, and some memorandum circulars were already developed from 2016. The route rationalization study for the Mega Manila area was started in 2016 through a memorandum of agreement with the University of the Philippines. So there's really a sequential and a logical basis for the implementation of the program. However, as mentioned by Dr. Dayo, there are a lot of intangibles that are not actually seen by the public, but actually affects the implementation of the program. That's why we acknowledge that there have been some delays in the implementation, and I'll be discussing our way forward in the next slides. But for our major components, basically, I will provide the key updates in this afternoon's webinar. So number 1, as I've mentioned, the 1:1.14 ratio is really problematic. It creates an unnecessary on-street competition because relatively our public transportation is heavily reliant on fares. And for you to be able to get the highest amount of fare collection, you would want to get the highest number of commuters on the road. And it is translated into an on-street competition because you have multiple operators running on a specific route. That's why one of the highlights of PUVMP is to consolidate the industry. So we have, as I've mentioned, the department order and various LTFRB memorandum circular highlighting how we can actually consolidate, especially the jeepney sector. That's DO 27011, the LTFRB MC 2019-013 and 2019-066, and MC 2021-021. This is the latest that was released after the 3-year transition period. Just a very, very quick update on industry consolidation. Currently, for all public utility vehicles, as of 30 September, we have consolidated 54.39% of all PUVs. I would like to highlight that for example, in the jeepney sector, out of 161,000 authorized units, 50.68% is already consolidated, meaning these are already being operated by transport cooperatives or transport corporations or any legal entity for that matter. Pre-2017, we only have around 300 transport service cooperatives. Currently, we have 1,600. So it's somehow a huge accomplishment for the department and its attached agencies, since we are moving closer to having a more coordinated public transport system. Aside from the consolidation component, as I've mentioned, if you move or if you go to different provinces in the country, you'll see different versions of jeepneys. You'll see different versions of minibus and buses, because we do not have a standardized measurement or even a standard for these public transport vehicles. And one of the key accomplishments of the department, of course, with the help of the academia and other key stakeholders, we're able to develop the Philippine National Standards for Public Utility Vehicles, Class 1, 2, 3, and 4. The Class 4 was just released last week. This is for those public utility vehicles that has a cargo provision and can actually go to steep slopes. So currently, we also have around 83 models from 39 different vehicle manufacturers in which we already release a certificate of compliance with the existing Philippine national standards. So all PUV operators are free to choose among these models and manufacturers, and we are not endorsing any of these manufacturers. On the financing side, we acknowledge as well that it is not really easy to modernize the public transport system without enough incentives and subsidies. So when we developed the PUVMP, the initial subsidy was equivalent to around 5% of the loan that is required to get a new PUV unit. But when we looked into how the implementation was being done, and because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we increased the 80,000 to 160,000 per unit, of course, to address the increasing market price and to reduce the operators' out-of-pocket expenses. I will also be discussing later how we perceive to increase this one in lieu of the current challenges brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic and the current pending bills in both houses of Congress. What are the current implementation challenges that we have acknowledged, both in the Department of Transportation and in the attached agencies? Number one, I would like to highlight this one, that the need for a complete understanding of the program's objectives, policies, and processes. That PUVMP is just limited to phasing out of old units and replacing them with new ones that are compliant with the standards and with the emission standards. Before COVID-19 pandemic hit the country, we already have an onboarded consultant for a national information campaign. We were set to go around the country to set one-stop shops for all transport stakeholders. We envisioned at that time to establish these one-stop shops to allow our stakeholders to do all their necessary PUVMP-related transactions with the government. We were set to start in March of last year. It's the National Information Campaign, but because of the pandemic, it's really frustrating that we had to postpone such project. And that's also one of the reasons why the current branding, the current communications campaign that we are doing is still a challenge for the department. The next one is issues related to the financial viability due to COVID-19 related protocols, like for example, the reduced passenger capacity affecting the participation of stakeholders. Although we've seen various transport service cooperatives and corporations modernize their PUV fleets during the pandemic, it is not, we do not deny the fact that they are really having challenges. Like they really have to come out with a huge amount of money to pay for the monthly amortization. And because of the reduced passenger capacity, the mobility restrictions, the operations are really restricted. So I will also present later how we would like to move and address this concern. And then another one is the lack of legislation that support the institutionalization of the program. Currently, the program is running on Department Order, Joint Memorandum Circular, and various LTFRB Memorandum Circulars. A lot of stakeholders are also having second thoughts on how to move forward, since we'll be moving to another administration by next year. And that's why we're also pushing for the institutionalization of the program through a Republic Act. And then, of course, we acknowledge the political environment and challenges in local government units that also affect the formulation, finalization, adoption of route plans, and actually the implementation of PUVMP on the ground. And then the current limited loan options for operators. Currently, we only have two government financial institutions, Land Bank and DBP, who provides loans. But we're currently doing our coordination with various government agencies to expand the options for our transport stakeholders. What are the key strategies that we are currently doing to address these challenges? Number one, we're exploring other methods to further intensify the communication efforts. Aside from the current laymanization of the program's policies and objectives, we adjusted the National Information Campaign to be able to effectively implement this program even with the COVID-19 pandemic. And our stakeholders can expect that in the next months, we will be having a more intensified campaign to highlight the key changes, to highlight the adjustments that we're doing in the implementation of PUVMP. This is important, the second one, the integration of the service contracting program with PUVMP to ensure the viability of operations regardless of the reduced passenger capacity and number of ridership. As previously mentioned, service contracting program in the Philippines is currently equated to the Libreng Sakay program. It's primarily because of the reason that we do not have, in the road sector, we do not have a government-owned and or controlled corporation that's allowed to recirculate fares being collected. So just to give you an idea, if LTFRB will collect fare, the LTFRB still has to remit the fare to the National Treasury. It cannot use the fares collected to repay our public transport operators to extend the program. That is not allowed and it's not within the mandate of LTFRB. It's the same with how LTO operates and our other such agencies. So what we envision is once you modernize your PUV fleet, you're automatically enrolled to the service contracting program. And you do not have to, if you're a PUV operator, you do not have to worry about monthly amortization, because as long as you follow the agreed upon service standards, you will be paid on a per kilometer basis. And your income is not tied on the number of passengers or on fares itself. So we can have a more sustainable PUV modernization because you just have to follow the key performance indicators set by the government. And number three, as I've mentioned, relative to the institutionalization, we are continuously lobbying the institutionalization of the program and ensure the sustainability of its implementation. Currently, there are various bills pending in both houses that supports this one. The good thing with the institutionalization of PUVMP via Republic Act is the continuity of the funds as well. The continuous appropriation of equity subsidy will also be institutionalized if we have a Republic Act, because those are the key. Those are some of the key sections or provisions of the pending bills. So the department and its attached agencies are in full support of all these pending bills in both houses. Number four, strengthen the institutions in charge of the implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of the program. As mentioned a while ago by Doc Reg, I'm currently a PhD student at the University of Auckland, and my expertise is on transport governance. One of the key challenges that I faced or currently facing is really the institutions in charge of implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. The PUVMP staff currently are working either on a contract of service basis or under a job order basis, and there's no sustainability as well. And one of the key activities or key strategies that we did is to request the Department of Budget and Management to institutionalize our program management offices in all of those implementing the program, like the OTR road sector, the LTFRB, and the Office for Transport Cooperatives. So we envision this to happen in 2022, so that we can also hold our staff accountable in the implementation. And then, of course, explore, develop, and offer more flexible loan terms and partner with other local and international financing institutions. So as I've mentioned, we're currently coordinating with various government agencies to make this happen, to allow our transport stakeholders, our transport operators, to access the equity, even without going through Land Bank and the Development Bank of the Philippines. So that ends the presentation, and I think during the Q&A, we can answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. And actually, I see a lot of questions, no, during your presentation. No? So maybe we can invite you to answer some of them, no, while we're also still in the presentations of the other panelists. At this point, I was reminded by our staff, no, that we'll be holding a very quick poll. No? So pasensya na sa susunod nating panelist. We will just hold a quick poll. And Glenn, are we ready to put up the poll?
Yes, Doc. Engineer Paches, i-off ko lang po muna yung inyong presentation. Thank you.
So you have a few questions. We'd like to, parang icebreaker din siya, no? For our participants to answer this afternoon. So we have 10 questions in that poll. We invite you to answer them very quickly lang po. So the first one has to do with the PUVMP, implementation. The second one is about accessible public transportation. The third one is about safe public transportation. So safety ang pinag-usapan natin dito, which includes yung safety from crime as well as road crashes. So safety and security yung covered nun. Number 4 is about efficient public transportation. So these are measures pertaining to operational performance of the system. Number 5 is about reliable public transportation. This is the ability of the public transport service to adhere to schedule and maintain regular headways as well as consistent travel time. Number 5, interesting na question yan. Number 6 is about environmentally sustainable public transport. So this is meeting access needs. Covered din yan yung ating renewable and non-renewable resources, particularly fuels natin, and something about public health. 7th, we have inclusivity, no? Inclusive and holistic treatment to the public transport industry. So puro mga agree or disagree karamihan ng mga questions natin. Number 8, it's about the type of facilities or amenities for public transport users. So this goes as a complement, no, to the modernization program siguro. Number 9 is yung willingness to pay, no? When these facilities or amenities are provided. So, and then yung willingness to pay, yung number 10, I think the last question is ilang percent from the current, yung current na binabayaran ninyong pamasahe or fares, no? Are you willing to pay more? So are you willing to pay 10% more than what you're paying now? 20% more, 30% more? Yeah. So we'll have a couple more minutes. From my panel, I think I see almost 50% have answered our polls. And I understand later, no, during the synthesis of our program this afternoon, we'll be showing you the results of this poll. One more minute. Okay. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So salamat po dun sa mga nag-participate sa poll natin. And at this point, allow me to introduce our second panelist. Our second panelist is a professional civil engineer and environmental planner by profession. She also master's degree in engineering, major in civil engineering from the Notre Dame of the Jangas University, and has more than 25 years experience in public service, specifically in areas of development planning, transportation, and project management. In 2017, she was appointed by President Duterte as the Director for Infrastructure Cluster under the Office of the Cabinet Secretary in Malacanang. And she has also headed the City Economic Management and Cooperative Development Office of General Santos City. Doon kami unang nagkakilala sa General Santos City ni Engineer Riza. Let me welcome Engineer Riza Marie Tan-Paches.
Ma'am, we can't hear you.
Ay. Baka nakamute ka pa, Riza.
Hello?
We can't hear you pa po.
Okay, konting technical difficulties lang doon.
Hello?
Medyo mahina pa, Engineer Riza.
Wait po. How about this one?
Ayan. Perfect.
Thank you very much. I just need the microphone close to my ano lang po. Sige, good afternoon everyone, and I would like to thank the organizers for inviting the local government of General Santos to share its city context in its experience in the PUVMP. Okay, so just to give everybody a context, kami po yung nasa dulong bahagi ng Pilipinas, and we are a mid-sized city of about 600,000 na po ito, 600,000 population, and we are subdivided into more or less 26 barangay, no? So it's very, very parang yung challenge ng public transportation actually among the mid-sized, highly urbanized city is very much felt, no? So we always try to refer this problem as the elephant in the room because we can no longer ignore the presence of the demand for a good public transport. But at the same time, malayo pa po, we are really far from achieving the real modernization of public transport. So, but the context in addressing public transport in Gensan, we just try to shift our perspective, no? Because we believe that how we see the elephant in the room is actually part of the process by which we can unlock the possibilities of addressing the situation. The PUB modernization, as we view it, it depends on the context of the stakeholders. So it might be a business, a public service, or a public enterprise. So there's also a question whether to become traditional as always or yung business as usual, or we try to move into modernization. The city is also considering aspects of whether we remain to be fuel-based or at a cleaner energy type of public transport. And of course, the challenge of will it be cooperativism or corporation? So in the light of the PUB modernization, we also support the different stages, no, as mentioned earlier by the speaker. And we also recognize the necessity of each of these components in really trying to realize modernization of public transport. That is why the local government of General Santos, obedient po kami. No? So we try to be obedient in the sense that because we recognize the significance and relevance of the modernization program, the local government tried to adapt also the different components of the PUB modernization in undertaking our devolved function, particularly in the regulation of the smaller capacity vehicle, which is yung mga tricycles po natin. So we just followed the directives and issuances of the national government because we really want to come up with a public transport that is also responsive and congruent to the national objective. So just a context lang po, in the modernization, we were the first local government to parang adapt this and had our first ordinance on the LPRP sometime. And to date, we already have 6 cooperatives operating 11 of our 14 routes as approved in the plan. But still, we have a challenge on the very high number of three-wheelers in the city. So this puts an environment of competition in the street. Kagaya nung sabi natin kanina by the past speakers before, presence of competing public transport service is really a challenge to LGUs, particularly in the context of how we are going to harmonize considering the political influence that they exert at the local level. So with this, the local government sees a different strategy. No? While there's fleet modernization in the context of the national government, the local government tried to bridge the gap between providing the capacity to the cooperatives. So we sponsor mga capacity building training, and we also have an office here that takes care of our cooperative, both in the organization and strengthening. So that's the organizational support to the modernization coming from the local government. We saw the challenge in the financing because our constituents, which the cooperatives, are always complaining to us regarding slow processing of their loan to access the subsidy and very, very high cost for the modernization. So with that, the local government also instituted mga funding outfits or funding windows for our public transport sector. See, Gensan is implementing a BEST fund. This is actually a support to our entrepreneurs, whether they are into products and services or transportation. And then we also had an ordinance that provides the special support fund. This is actually a fund extended to them on a grant basis for an incentive to modernize from a traditional vehicle to a modern vehicle or Euro 4 unit. So we offer them like 100,000 if they have an approved unit from the bank already. So it's actually trying to cover for the other unintended cost when they avail of the loan from the bank, pambayad po ng mga chattel mortgages, and some of the insurance we cover it under the special support fund. The city is also trying to facilitate convergence of interventions. So we organize yung PhilHealth, Pag-ibig, SSS, CDA, TESDA, and DOLE, and try to link them to the public transport cooperatives so that any program coming from these national agencies, there's a parang special services that is offered to them na solely transport service cooperatives and their families are the beneficiaries of the program coming from these national agencies. And the last that we recently undertook to public transport sector is exploring technology solutions. So we are happy with a group of Doc Noriel here, the DARE program, and some of the mga expert advice coming from the NCTS in terms of our technology solutions to cope up with the demand of the modernization. So we have signed mga research collaboration agreement with them, and we also try to organize our local universities to also partner with UP and some of the institutions in Manila so that we can come up with solutions to get our cooperatives adapt to the demands of modernization. So as mentioned earlier, the city is also trying to look into how the modernization was rolled out. We also instituted reforms in terms of our local public transport, particularly on our tricycle. We also try to follow the franchising limitations as well as the possibility of cooperatives to operate, because we are looking at the upgrading of these three-wheelers into formal public transport service operators in the future. So we also conduct our local tricycle public transport planning and the cooperative formulation. So we just simply follow the track of the national government because we know that these strategies have been thought of, although we try to customize it to the situation in general. So this is just part of the assistance that were given to us. What's unique in Jensen is since 2010, we have been assisted by different consultants and even mga funding agencies in terms of our public transport or transportation traffic management. So coming from CDIA, we were also assisted by the World Bank. We also had the citywide census that laid down the foundation for the travel behavior of people in Jensen, and these are GIS-based maps were generated for us to be able to analyze future needs and future demands for the transportation. Of course, in 2019, we were so happy we were piloted by NAPUA for their machine training or deployment of the CCTV cameras that can do traffic count, no? We were also given the opportunity to deploy these cameras in the city to allow us to be able to gather information using equipments and tools. And we were also assisted by the NEDA, the National Economic and Development Authority in 2019 to 2020 in coming up with our Sustainable Urban Infrastructure Development Master Plan. With the SUID Master Plan, we are already ready with basic information on our projects that will be implemented between 2022 until 2040. So the city is now in a better position to prioritize its public infrastructure because of this assistance. Another one coming into the city is the assistance from the United Nations ASEAN Sustainable Urban Strategy, which is basically a technical assistance coming from UN Habitat. They are also helping us try to package our project proposals or interventions regarding our public transportation. And of course, there are other engagement also with educational institutions like the MSU and the Golden State University for an urban land development program, as well as our engagement also with the UPNCPAG under the DARE component of the program. So what were our challenges or what were our strengths in coming into the modernization? I think the very core into this is the LGU needs to champion the PUVMP, because if the LGU is not receptive or does not actually support or even recognize the significance and relevance of the PUVMP, I think the PUVMP will never be successful, because we were given the opportunity to partake into the local public transport planning. So the LGU really needs to be able to parang adapt this by heart. And then there needs to be a strong partnership with the transport stakeholder. Jensen is very lucky because our public transport sector, though divided also by the type of service, my tricycle, and then we also have the PUV, but all these association and stakeholder organization all have a very, very good relationship with the local government. And then there is that commitment of the LGU to really be serious about this by establishing a permanent office in the local government unit. I think this is the challenge in most of the local government units, because we really, especially yung mga emerging cities and very, very small municipalities, that they don't have the liberty of really coming up with a unit that will handle transportation, traffic planning, engineering management, and enforcement. So in the city, the local government was committed to pursue that and establish the public safety office to cover this along with other concerns of the city on public safety. And then the LGU also is willing and open to fund and assist the rollout of the PUVMP in terms of providing assistance as mentioned earlier. No? So our local government is looking for creative ways to bridge the gap between the subsidy financing available from the local government by providing them yung mga assistance that is available to the city. I think the maximum amount that you can avail if a transport co-op in the city for entrepreneurial assistance is about 2.5 million per cooperative. So opportunities for local, national, and international organization to partner with the LGU is more or less parang medyo bright. Right now, we are currently assisted by UN Habitat and the ADB for our Green Cities Action Plan, which addresses, among others, also transportation and pollution issues. Of course, the public-private partnership, we have a unit in the SMCD that handles public and private partnership arrangement, and we are more happy to have the transport as an area for this partnership. Of course, the preparedness and the readiness of the plan is key to us accessing national and foreign funding. And the way forward for technology solutions using RFID, as mentioned by Dr. Muriel, the IoT, CCTV camera, and the automated border control, which is also being pushed forward for transportation monitoring and also security purposes. And of course, the opportunities for us to go into collaborative agreements. So these are actually these challenges came from our stakeholders, because we conduct quarterly evaluation and monitoring of the public transport service that they are providing the city. So first, the information failure. So I was so happy that the APR earlier they are going to roll out a comprehensive information package, because this one is a challenge and a lot of misinformation at the local level. That cast out among the other public transport providers. And then prioritization at the local level is very important. If public transport or even modernization is not adopted as the priority of the local government, then I don't think it's going to prosper or succeed. And then if limited incentives are provided, like the initial subsidy, I think before it was increased, was only 5%, which more or less amounts to 80,000 per unit, and the cooperative needs to provide the 95% of the investment. I think there's going to be a misaligned and disincentive for them to really try to modernize because the units are very, very costly. And then if there are no public infrastructure provided, like transfer station, jeepney stops, and even terminals, it's very difficult for public transport, particularly on the modernized operation, to really succeed. And then the very low return on investment. Remember, I mentioned earlier, do we view this as a business with cooperatives undertaking the services? Then there really has to be a serious consideration on the return on investment, because while we realize that this is public service, cooperatives are investing into this. So I think the OTR is in a better position to look into what's the right financial model to be able to ensure that return on investment is quite attractive. So fiscal capacity of the operators is also a challenge because not all cooperatives, while they are prior operators, are really capable in trying to undertake modernization, particularly if they are granted very high number of units under the modernization or under the OFG. Limited alternative capital sources, I was happy also the OTR mentioned they are looking into other creative ways to fund the modernization aside from DDP, of course, and land bank. This is also a good move, to look into these capital sources. Later, I will show you how Jensen is going to undertake assistance in this one. I think the lack of strategic planning both at the local level and also at the operator side is also a challenge. So this one, we really need to ensure that the PUVMP modernization is mainstreamed as a strategy under the local CLUPs or under the local comprehensive plans of the LGU. On the weak implementation capacity, this is basically on the organizational, technical, and financial capabilities of the LGU and also of the co-ops that are undertaking the modernization also. And then the need for coordination and collaboration, as always, is there. And then for the regulatory structure, because this entails enforcement and policing, and we recognize that the regional field offices of LTFRB doesn't even have enforcers to enforce any non-compliance into the process. So this is also a big challenge because it is expected that it's the local government that's going to step up. But if the LGUs are not structured in a way to respond to these challenges, I think it will cause overburden also to the LGUs. So other challenges and opportunities, this one we presented this to the ASEAN in view of their assistance to us, but this was summarized already. But basically the challenge here is the limited capacity both for data management and the financial capacity, and of course the political authority that has really an influence over the continuity of the plans that we are going to implement. And of course, the need for the data or the comprehensive profiling. We see in the LTTRP guidelines, there was limited inclusion of a passenger perspective, although I'm also familiar with the current development in the guidelines, but limited engagement of the commuters into how we plan our public transport service is actually a gap existing right now because not all LGUs have the capability to really try to establish a comprehensive profiling of the public transport. So what are the opportunities that can be taken out from this kind of challenges? We can see that as long as the private, as long as the LGU and the public, meaning the commuter and the service provider, is interested to address the transport problem, I think there is always a better way of solutions to the public transport problem of the city or the country. And then the well-connected institutions from the local government, as mentioned earlier by Dr. Mariel, we are happy that the LTFRB at the regional level is very supportive of the LGU's move for the modernization as well as our public transport planning process. And they are also open for discussion, and we can always try to resolve problems at the ground level among ourselves. And so very, very good working relationship. And of course, we welcome the conduct of ongoing studies. Because as we say, once plans are made, I think we need another updating already because the implementation is so slow and the things that are happening on the ground looks very, very fast. And then definition of development areas and investment incentives at the local level needs to also mainstream transportation projects already. Hindi kasi incentivize yun sa dito sa local investment code namin. So we're looking into incentivizing transportation projects and programs so that it will attract more investors and public, private partners. So these are just few of the interventions that we are undertaking and will undertake in the future. This is basically trying to build the public transport users transfer station, construction of signalization projects, and strengthening the use of the EJIP as the mode of public transport in the city. And then promoting use of low carbon emission vehicles, and of course the rationalization of our tricycle using the PUVMP model. And then the strengthening and creation of project management units to really look into the implementation of projects, not just mainstreaming them to regular civil engineering projects. Really a special body that will see the continuity and implementation of the master plan. And of course, capacity building of the public safety office and revision and updating of the plans. As a way forward, these are the summary of what we want to see in place or reviewed at the level of the DZUP, some of the national agency. That aside from the industry consolidation, although this goes to local government and siguro, we need to look into opportunities of upgrading the small capacity. Parang yung elephant, it started very, very small, but lalaki naman talaga because the cities are growing. So we just don't industry consolidation as jeeps alone, but try to also look into guidelines that will also provide avenues for small capacity vehicle operators to really upgrade to higher capacity vehicles. We're doing that with our code coordinators in the city, trying to upgrade them into cooperatives also to operate certain zones and routes more than being just a code. So these are actually moved from the local government. And more opportunities for financing as discussed earlier. I think it is also good to look into partially subsidized operation. So para din siyang may subsidy na i-boost high to a certain degree yung level ng financing, but the performance standards should be based on what is acceptable. There are, I think, a lot of public transport model and subsidized operation. Sa labas, not necessarily in the Philippines. And then this evaluation needs to be technology assisted para they cannot be subjected to abuse. So, and siguro in the ease of doing business, we really would like to look into reduced processing time and requirements. Requirements siguro and processing time kasi masyadong mahaba yung processing time for the loans of the cooperative And then the increase in public infra investment also needs to be supported. I just don't know if the OTR is looking into a public transport support fund that you can extend to local governments when they try to implement projects that is supportive of the public transport, for example, because when we try to put jeepney stops or transfer stations, for example, or terminal exchange, baka naman the OTR can open a window, or maybe NEDA can look into this, or whoever, the DPWH ba, because these are necessary infra that sometimes competes also to local government budget prioritization. And we also look into ladderized capacity building and institutional strengthening. The way I look at trainings kasi parang one size fits all. But remember, the maturity and even the capacity of this local public transport service are also different. So a closer look maybe into what do they really need to really, are they for expansion already, or are they startup pa? Or are they also towards increasing their scope or capability? And then finally, I think because of the complexity and masyadong madaming local government units in the, I think public transport service playbook or a manual over and beyond the LPTRP preparation really needs to be in place. So I think maybe siguro si UP as a research parang agenda can be able to assist the local government units in really trying to come up with a measurable, doable, and achievable standards for us to do that, so that we don't call a friend every time we have problems, but we always just try to go back to a standardized playbook or manual. So I think that's the perspective of the local government in terms of the modernization. Thank you. Ilang salamat maing hapon. Oo, pasensya sa audio.
Thank you, Engineer, for that very comprehensive presentation. And we hope that our LGU participants were able to pick up a lot of items there. No? So there's a lot to be learned, a lot to be also implemented from the various sides, including the experiences of the local governments. No? So iba-iba yung mga experiences, iba-iba rin kasi yung mga approaches siguro natin sa mga local government units. So our next panelist is an operator of city buses from 1986 to 2008. She's a company consultant to various operators as well, and particularly with the Samahang Transport Operators ng Pilipinas. She's managing director of the Mega Manila Consortium Company, a corporation, and the internal affairs officer of the same. So help me welcome Miss Juliet De Jesus. Ma'am Juliet.
Hi, good afternoon to everybody. I am very amazed of all the speakers ahead of me. I learned many things from them and taking notes of all the all the inputs that I can apply later. Maraming salamat po sa lahat at ako po'y natutuwa na pinili po ako ng Pilipinas 22 para mag-share naman ng aking mga experience being an operator and at the same time an active member of the Mega Manila Consortium. Now, before I start my discussion, I would like to inform everybody that we are not aware that Senate Bill 2094, which is the amendment of Public Service Act, is a very important issue to us as a public transport. Because when we read the draft of the Senate Bill 2094, we noticed that the foreigner can own 100% of ownership in the public transport. Kaya medyo natakot po ang mga operator because Ito po yung ating hanap buhay for quite long time. Maybe may mga operators na po tayong 100 years nang nag-ooperate sa ating bansa. Kaya po, ang ginawa po namin, gumawa po kami ng aming mga position paper to object doon po sa kanilang draft, doon sa amendment. It's so nice naman po na when I followed up yung pinaka-final draft provisions, natuwa naman po ako because public transport now is considered a public utility na kagaya nung unang draft, hindi po tayo kasama. So natuwa ako at saka yung foreign ownership po, bumalik na po tayo doon sa 60-40 na ang ibig sabihin 60% Filipino and 40% na foreign ano po. Ngayon, yun po gusto ko lang pong ibahagi sa inyo dahil yun po yung pinaka-importante talagang gusto naming malinawan sa aming industriya. Gusto ko na lang po itakel kasi ako po'y naatasan na i-discuss ang Public Utility Vehicle Modernization Program. Kami po sa buses, especially sa city operation, yung pong modernization, na-implement na po yan way back 2013. Na kami po ay hindi pwedeng mag-replete ng hindi brand new buses, kailangan po brand new buses. Kaya kami po mula pa noong 2013, handyan na po kami sa modernization. So we have to replete yung mga phase out namin na 15 years old. Kaya ang nangyayari po sa amin, mangutang sa mga commercial bank, mangutang kung saan kami pwedeng mangutang just to comply with the modernization program po. Here comes po 2017 na ang ginawa po nila noong 2017, pati yung mga jeepney po, pinamodernize na rin. Ngayon, ang mga jeepney po, from 2017 up to 2021, 4 years na sila ngayon. Pero sa tingin ko po, hindi pa po talaga nagko-comply at hindi po yata naging successful yung kanilang modernization sa marami pong aspect. Yun po yung ang nakakabahala dahil meron po kaming tinatawag na dineclare ng DOTR. Meron silang order ng Omnibus Franchising Guidelines. Nandun po nakalagay ang lahat po ng mga guidelines na dapat naming sundin. Mula po sa jeepney, sa buses, sa taxi, sa TNBS, sa truck. Nandun po lahat. It's a parang summary guidelines kung paano po namin patutupad yung modernization. Ngayon po, nung nangyari po itong modernization na to, kami po sa aming city bus operation, meron po kaming 92 routes before. Before ho, 92 routes ang aming pinapaandar, either in EDSA at saka po yung tinatawag nating non-EDSA routes. Yan po composed of something like 5,000 units, 3,005 in EDSA and 1,005 units in non-EDSA routes. Nagkaroon po ng naging problema tayo ngayong panahon ng pandemic na ito po yung talagang kumbaga sumaksak sa mga operator kung paano po sila mabubuhay. Nung nagkaroon po ng lockdown, March of 2019, nagkaroon po kami ng lockdown ng 4 na buwan ng walang operation. Lahat po tayo, walang activities, walang lahat. So yung pong tinatawag naming modernization na kami nangutang para makapag-provide ng modern bus sa mga commuters, nagkaroon po kami ng problema. Ang naging problema po namin dito, lahat po ng mga utang ng operators, hindi na po namin mabayaran because yung pong 92 routes naging 31 routes nung in-implement po ng LTFRB yung rationalized route na 31 routes. Yung po sa 31 rational routes na yan, meron pong guidelines na nasusundin namin. Pero sa tingin ko po, parang hindi po yata nasunod ng maayos. Kasi po, yung mga area-based operators supposed to be are the priority on their areas. Ganun po ang dapat na namin sundin. Pero ang nangyari po, nung inilabas po yung 31 na routes na yan, hindi po kami kinonsulta ng bago inilabas. Para pong inilagay na sa amin yan, bahala na kaming mamili para noon kung saan po kami mapunta. And then require po nila kaming maggawa ng consortium. Yung consortium po, yung pagsasama-sama ng mga operators. So nagkaroon po kami ng siguro mga 4 na consortium dito po sa city operation. Ngayon, nung nagkaroon na po kami ng consortium, siyempre po kung saan po kami po pwedeng sumama. Dahil ang nangyari po, parang una-unahan meron pong number of units na kailangan dun sa mga area na ibinigay nila. Kung hindi mo ma-meet yung ibinigay nilang number of units, hindi po mabibigay sa mga city, sa mga operators. So ang nangyari po, nagkaroon po ng displacement ng mga ruta. Kagaya po halimbawa, yan po, yung busway is one, and then kami po nakat sa feeder routes. Ang ibig po sabihin ng feeder routes, kami po mag-umpisa dun sa point of origin, kung ano pong ruta yon. Sample po, Antipolo, Cubao. So kung ikaw ay nag-ooperate somewhere in Bulacan, so pupunta ka muna ng Cubao bago ka pupunta muna ng Cubao bago ka kumuha ng pasahero. Ang naging problema po namin diyan yung pong dead run. Yung dead run po namin 30 kilometers. Kung kukwentahin po natin at present yung fuel price natin, nasa 50 na po tayo, 30 kilometers dead run, back and forth for 1 unit, that is 60 kilometers times the cost of the fuel, which is 50 pesos, kayo na po yung mag-compute kung ano po yung losses na ginagawa sa operation po ng aming hanap buhay. Isa lang po yung example, hindi lang po yan affected, kundi marami pa po. Kaya ang ginagawa po namin, kami po ay sumulat, nag-file ng aming mga motion for reconsideration sa LTFRB just to review kung paano po kaming matulungan doon sa aming mga ganong problema. Meron pa po kaming problema, yung pong overlapping ng mga ruta ng mga jeep sa amin po. Kasi ang ginawa nila, nung kinat po nila yung mga ruta namin, naging jeepney routes po kaming mga buses. Imagine yung 9 to 12 kilometers operation. Ngayon, ang nangyari po, nung kinat nila yung ruta namin, ibinigay sa amin jeepney routes. Tapos po, ang nangyari po, nagagalit sa amin ng mga jeepney. Bakit kami nag-ooperate? Sila yung nandun, dekada na, bakit ganon? So, ang nangyari po, kailangan talagang i-review yung aming rationalized route. Para nun, mailagay po natin sa tamang pwesto ang dapat kung sino. Kasi ang mga jeepney po, hindi po namin kaawayan Yan po ay kasama namin sa hanap buhay. Nakikita ninyo na may namamalimos, nagiging ganyan. So yun po yung nagiging effect po nung nangyari. Dapat po, pag-aralan maigi, paano po talaga magiging totoo yung rationalization. Nababanggit po yung LTPRB na ginagawa po ng ating mga local government units na yun po, hinihingi pa bago ka mag-apply. Yun po, yun yung sa mga jeepney. Ang nangyayari po, ang obserbasyon ko, parang hindi naman po lahat ng LGU merong mga ganong plano. Natuwa nga po ako ron sa Jensa na-analyze nila yung mga problema. Nakita ko na nandun lahat yung mga concern na dapat po mapagtuunan ng pansin at kailangan po talaga na lahat ng local government unit talaga pong yung plano nila is coordinated with the national agency, kagaya po ng LTFRB, DOTR, para po wala po tayong magiging problema. Dapat doon muna mag-uumpisa sana bago inilabas sa amin yung rationalization. Pero ang nangyari po, nauna po yung rationalization bago po yung mga bagay-bagay ng mga problema. So ngayon, ang nagiging problema po namin, itong mga jeepney operator po, sila po naman ay nasunod sa modernization. Siyempre gusto rin nila ng makaramdam silang bago yung mga unit para malaman nila kung ano man po yung magiging benefits sa kanila. Pero yung mga nag-comply po sa mga modern jeep, ilan lang po. Imagine yung total number of jeepney operators, more or less mga 170,000 nationwide. Pero pag nag-present po sa amin yung LTFRB, nag-comply is something like 4,000 plus. So kung kukwentahin po natin yung percentage, medyo 5% lang po yata yung nakakomply out of so many. Ngayon, yung po yung nagiging problema. Meron man pong nag-comply, gusto man mag-modernize. Ito po yung nagiging problema. Yung mga financing institution na sinasabi kanina, nung sa Gensan, nagbibigay po ng 80 and then nag-increase ng 160. Okay na po yun, ang ganda nun, equity portion. Tapos, ang nagiging problema po doon, hindi po maaprubahan ng land bank, ng DBP, ang mga application ng mga jeepney, kasi po, meron silang hinihingi na mga requirements na manggagaling po sa LTFRB. Parang assurance po kasi kung magpapautang ang bangko, halimbawa po, parang sila 7 years to pay, low interest, and then 7 years to pay, low interest. Ngayon, paano naman ba ibibigay ng isang government bank yung ganong financing kung hindi naman po assured yung mga modern jeep na sila ay pwedeng mapagbigyan dahil ibinibigay lang po ng LTFRB are provisional authority. Hindi po yun talagang prangkisa. So, syempre, may katwiran po ang bangko na paano kami magbibigay sa inyo ng loan kung ganito lang, naka-PA lang kayo. So, yun po yung nagiging problema nila. So, maski na maraming gustong mag-modernize because of the situation, hindi po nangyayari. Dapat po, reviewin po ng LTFRB tsaka DOTR, paano po nila mai-implement ito pong yung project ng modernization na hindi po pinag-aaway ang jeep at saka ang bus. Ilagay po nila kami sa dapat naming kalagyan. Kami naman pong mga bus operators, meron naman po kami naging problema sa aming pag-ooperate. Alam nyo naman na COVID time, 50% social distancing, lahat ng protocol dapat gawin mo. Ngayon, kung inilagay ka ron sa cutting of the line, sa mga ino-operate po namin, earning something like 6,000 to 7,000 gross a day, yun po just enough to pay the diesel and the driver's compensation and the conductors. Yun po yung naging problema namin dyan. Meron kaming special permit din, pero yung special permit na yan, we don't know up to when talaga naming magagamit yan. Kasi yung aming old franchise, hindi po namin alam kung ano po ang plan ng gobyerno. Yan po yung gusto namin sanang matanong, ano po ba ang aming kondisyon when it comes to that. Yung po, ngayon ang hinihingi lang po namin sa kanila, sa gobyerno, ano po ang pwede ninyong maitulong sa amin. Dahil lahat po ng old accounts namin, lahat ng utang namin sa mga commercial banks, may mga demand letters, meron na po kaming mga idemanda na kami o whatever, pero how can we pay them kung ang aming sitwasyon ganito po? Ito po yung nagiging problema, ganito. Hindi namin malaman paano po namin masusolusyonan. Tapos po, yun naman, meron naman po talagang magandang programa ang gobyerno, yung tinatawag na libre sakay. Yung mga libre sakay like the busway. Pero yun nga po, nagkaroon ng problema na hindi rin naman po kasi nababayaran on time. Maganda po sana yung programa, parang nakatulong ka sa driver, nakatulong ka sa commuters dahil libre, nakatulong ka sa operators dahil per kilometer ang babayaran mo. Kung ang payouts po sana updated, napakaganda po talagang programa. At ito po ay naipapatupad lang sa busway, pero sa feeder routes, medyo hindi pa po, pinag-aaralan pa po namin kung kailangan sumali kami o hindi. Kasi limited naman po yung programa under GAA na 3 billion yung budget up to December of 2021. Kasama na po rito yung mga modern jeep na nag-form ng cooperative, nag-form ng mga corporation na hindi rin po yung nakalusot na nakautang, hindi naman makabayad ngayon because hindi po sila nagkakaroon ng yung normal collection po when it comes to payouts. Yung po yung nagiging problema ngayon. Sana ho ma-review kung ito pong project na to napakaganda para sa commuters kasi ang sinasabi ng gobyerno para yung mga commuters natin matulungan, ito yung ginawa nila. Sana maging ano na po ito, masustain sana to, magbigay ng budget ang gobyerno para sa mga public transport para makatulong na rin po sa sa commuters. Ngayon, pagdating po naman sa amin, being meron kami tinatawag na phase out, na 15 years, ang hinihingi po namin ang hinihingi po namin magkaroon lang kami ng moratorium na sana yung phasing out namin magkaroon ng extension ng 3 taon para maka-move on kami. Meantime, we are modernizing, including the jeepney. Yung staggered po yung modernization na talagang nakikita natin, mamomonitor natin na talagang successfully nagagawa. Yung po talagang mamomonitor mo sa lahat ng lugar, hindi lang sa Metro Manila, maski doon sa probinsya. Yung po sana yung dapat na ipatupad ng ating gobyerno. Ngayon po, pagdating naman po sa fuel pricing. Ang fuel pricing po nakakatakot eh. Imagine, mula nung nag-stop po kami na 32 yung diesel before the pandemic, ngayon po ay nasa 50 pesos na. Ano po ang kailangan namin gawin? Yung pong kinikita namin na sinasabi namin 6 to 7,000, 60% na po ang percentage ng fuel pa lang sa operation. 60% of that mapunta na sa fuel. Ang hinihiling po sana namin sa gobyerno, magkaroon naman po ng consideration. Ano po ang kailangan naming magawa? Pwede bang i-fix ang public utility vehicle sa pricing? Maglagay lang ng benchmarking para kung ano yung rate na ganito, ito po. Tapos wala na no need na mag-file pa kami ng petition for fare increase na napakatagal pong iproseso. Maglagay na lang po sila, kagaya po ng nangyayari sa barko, sa eroplano, kung saan kami on temporary basis kasi medyo kumisa naman bababayan. Ganun naman po ang nangyayari. Ngayon, isa pa kung po pwedeng i-exempt na sa excise tax ang public transport. Anyway, kung kukwentahin naman po natin ng total public transport, siguro less than 1 million yan. Kami, exempted na po para yung paggaya po sa diesel, 10 pesos po yun yung excise tax natin sa trade law. Tapos sa gasoline naman, mga 6 or 7 pesos. Yung po, malaking tulong ang magagawa po noon sa public transport para maka-move on na kami. Ngayon, pagdating naman po doon sa sinasabi nila yung mga gadgets like GPS, Wi-Fi, CCTV, lahat po yan required sa amin. Pagka kami po ay nag-replete ng unit, lahat po yan kailangan namin gawin bago kami aprubahan ng LTFRB. Tapos po, meron tayong tinatawag na automatic fare collection. Ang automatic fare collection po namin, yan po ang laki ng tulong kung sakali talagang mandatory ma-implement. Kasi po, nandiyan na yung contact tracing, yung kilometer run, yung fare system. Tapos po, yung operation po ng mga operator, parang wala na pong wala na pong hold up, wala na pong kupit kasi cashless transaction. Kailangan i-mandatory na po yan to lessen our problems sa mga magnanakaw, sa mga kupitero, mga konduktor. Sorry for the language po, pero yun po talaga yung nangyayari sa amin ngayon. Kaya siguro kung ako po, meron po sana kung isasuggest, mag-create lang po kami ng technical working group na may kasama pong commuters, may kasamang government agencies, stakeholders, driver, operators, sa lahat po ng modes of transport bago mag-implement ng isang programa ang gobyerno para po maintindihan natin kung ano po yung programang yon, makapagbigay po kami ng suggestion, magiging accepted po yun to both sides. Kung sila po, bago nila gawin ang isang programa, bigyan naman nila kami ng consultation. Kasi ang nangyari po sa lahat po ng naging mga programa namin ngayon, nahuhuli po yung consultation. Pag nagreklamo na kami, saka lang po namin nasasabi yung gusto naming sabihin. Sana po, maging maayos po yung problema. Kagaya ng sinabi ng taga DOTR kanina, maganda po yung lahat ng nakaprogram doon Basta lang po sundin ayon dun sa ano po yung benepisyo ng pagkalahatan, benepisyo ng commuters, benepisyo ng operator, benepisyo ng gobyerno. pagka po siguro na nagawa yon, malamang na maganda po ang kalalabasan ng ating public utility vehicle, especially on modernization. Kaya ako po, siguro marami na rin po akong nasabi. Yung meron pa ho akong isang gustong sabihin, yung ating nagpapasalamat din po ako dun sa vaccination drive ng DOTR na talaga pong serious sila. Halos lahat ng mga driver, ng konduktor at saka po lahat kami sa transport nagkaroon na po, nabakunahan na po. Kaya ngayon, ang hinihiling naman po namin dahil sa taas po ng fuel, nanghihingi po sana kami na dagdagan naman nila yung aming yung aming full seating capacity kasi nasa 50% lang po kami ngayon. Kung po pwede po sana, total nagbago na yung level po ng Metro Manila, makonsider sana kami ng gobyerno na i-allow kaming tumaas pa yung aming full seating capacity sapagkat yung po ay makatutulong sa dire-diretsong pagtaas ng diesel kasi mula po ng January up to ngayon, nasa 18.50 na po ang tinaas ng diesel based dun sa old price noon. Siguro po narinig na ako kung sino man po yung mga representative ng gobyerno rito. Yung po pinapakiusap ko lang, yung po yung aking naramdaman, yung po yung aking nakita, na obserbahan, pati po yung mga inputs na gusto ko sanang sabihin sa kanila, maintindihan naman po sana nila kami. At maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Ma'am Juliet, for giving us the perspective from the transport operators. Another perspective coming up, and this comes from the founder of several transport companies that are at the forefront of PUVMP. He served as the CEO of T-Jeepney Transport Corporation, where he pioneered electric vehicle technology. So matagal na nating kasama at kakolaborate ito. In the Philippines as the operator of the first green PUV route in the country way back in 2010. Our next panelist also served as a consultant on electric vehicle deployment for Meralco's subsidiary Isakay Incorporated. Help me welcome our next panelist, Mr. Yuri Sarmiento. Yuri.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Hindi ko alam kung nadidinig niyo ba ako? Diyan sa Gensa, yes. Ba ako?
Malinaw.
Alright.
Malinaw.
So kung nadidinig ako sa Ulbayog, ibig sabihin na malakas ang signal, ano? So I'm here now. Can you see my screen?
Yes,
sir. All right. So thank you, Juliet. It's been one hell of a ride for both the bus and the jeepney operators. Thank you for sharing with us the issues happening now with the public bus transport sector. And I think Juliet just shared with us the tip of the iceberg, so to speak. As there are tons of problems besetting the public transport industry, both in the bus and the jeepney sectors. Maluhan-luhan na nga si Juliet dahil sa utang. Anyway, I am here to give you a glimpse of the problems of the currently being faced by the public jeepney sector. So let me first share with you my screen. So I want to start talking about the biggest problem of the industry and the biggest disruption in the modern times, and this is the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay. Itong pandemic ito, since the start of this pandemic, we have been seen a steep drop in the passenger demand by as much as 70% in certain routes. Usually, during summer months, and the schools are closed for vacation, jeepney passenger demand will drop by about 20 to 30%. Okay? And during these times, some jeepney drivers will stop driving the jeepney and shift to other jobs, like tricycle muna sila, titinda-tinda, just because there is not enough passengers to be able to bring home some money for their food on the table. And usually, this will only last for about 3 months. Okay? Pero itong pandemic has been with us for more than 1 year. And we still haven't recovered our passenger revenues. up to this point. So tama si Juliet, kung umiyak ang bus, kami sa jeepney, doble iyak namin dito. Okay? So on top of this, the operators have to shoulder the additional cost of putting up plastic barriers, no? And purchasing yung thermal guns na na-require ng LTFRB. And of course, we also have to purchase gallons of disinfectants to help stop the spread of the disease. So at the onset of this pandemic and the time na na-require kami ng government to put up this health controls, I once asked DOTR ASEC goddess if the government will be able to shoulder the expenses in purchasing these disinfectants, this mask, no? But I guess at that time there was no program for it. But I was really insisting that the government should purchase these alcohols and thermal guns for the use of the jeepney operators, because this is more of a health issue rather than a transport issue. Andito lang kami para tumulong to help stop the disease. But para i-burden pa ang public transport for additional expenses, I think the government should step in at that time. So this pandemic has brought us down to our knees and changed the way we live our lives. Needless to say, it forced thousands of jeepney drivers off the roads. And something that never happened before. Kahit na tumaas ang diesel, hindi humihinto ang jeepney. Bumagyo, andyan pa rin ang jeepney. In fact, one of the reasons why I went into the transport business is because I know that public transport will always be there. It's one of the resilient industry, but not anymore. Now I learned, pandemic lang pala katapat namin. Hihinto ang bus, hihinto ang jeep, hihinto ang buhay namin lahat. So definitely, this is the biggest disruption in the recent history. Now, ito ang naging problema. This pandemic has made thousands of jeepney drivers into beggars. Madami pinaalis sa kanilang bahay, sa kanilang mga tinitirahan, at ngayon natutulog na lang sa kanilang mga jeep. Ang mga jeepneys nila nakaparada na lang sa kalsada, inaalikabukan. Okay? And for some operators, they have even sold their units already for 100,000 pesos. And for those who were more desperate, binenta ang mga jeep nila ng presyong per kilo. Okay? So, sabi nga ni Dr. Noriel Tiglao kanina, don't let a good crisis go to waste. Okay? So, we need to find lessons brought about by this pandemic to the public transport sector. And we need to be flexible and we need to change. And that goes with the PUVMP as well. So here are the issues I want to discuss with you today. Consolidation, the financing, fleet management, the technology integration, and the biggest threat to the transport industry post-pandemic. On the consolidation side, no, nakita nyo kanina that only 50% have complied with the consolidation of the public jeepney sector. Because as a prerequisite to extending your franchise, the LTFRB mandated that all jeepney operators must consolidate by joining either a transport corporation or a cooperative. Of course, there are pros and cons on what you choose to be, but that will be for another discussion. Kasi may pros and cons kung cooperative or corporation. Easier to raise a fund kung corporation ka. You can sell shares, equity, and then you raise funds. But for cooperatives, it's basically a tax shelter. So better yan kung yun ang gusto mong business model. But what prevents some operators to join the consolidation is because some of them have concerns regarding their franchises. Some bought their units and failed to transfer it under their names. Some already have expired franchises since they weren't able to renew their franchises, file application for extension because of the numerous and extended lockdowns. Whatever it is, there are issues with their franchises that need to be resolved first before they can join the consolidation. And it takes a lot of money to fix these problems. Now, there are also cases that some leaders, as they claim, that are consolidating the jeepneys, but asking their members for a low of 15,000 to as high as 200,000 per operator to join the consolidation. And that's heartbreaking kasi may mga kilala akong jeepney groups na nangolekta ng pera at nauwi sa lahat, nauwi sa wala. And that's the problem. Now, of course, there are also some routes that have multiple groups operating. And for years, they have been operating separately for a reason. Hindi sila magkasundo. Infighting between and among JODAs and co-ops is not unheard of. There are groups that are better off operating separately. And if ever they can find a way to bury the hatchet and let bygones be bygones, I know quite a few number of transport groups holding off modernization effort as they believe that the next administration will no longer pursue PUVMP. So we still haven't heard from Leni Robredo, from Bongbong Marcos, or from Pacquiao or Bato de la Rosa. What are their plans for PUVMP if ever they get elected? So the transport groups right now are now holding off and saying, well, probably in the next administration, PUVMP will not be continued. So wag muna tayong consolidate. So that's where we are right now, and that's why there's a lot of apprehensions regarding consolidation right now. You have 50% consolidation as of today. That we started this PUVMP in 2017, so it's more than what, 3 years? No? 3 years and we have 50%. So how do we convince the other 50% to consolidate? So these are the issues right now, in so far as consolidation is concerned. Ito ang nareklamo kayo ng Juliet, no? And the speaker from Jensen. On the financing side, the government has always been proud about their 567 program. As you may know, it refers to the financing program of DBP and Land Bank that requires only a 5% down payment with a 6% interest rate and a payment term of 7 years. And as a deal sweetener, they put in 160,000 subsidy. From 80,000, ginawang 160,000 subsidy. It's not really a bad deal. In fact, it is so good that no private commercial bank can match it. Despite private banks like BDO Finance and China Bank Savings trying to join the modernization program, they are at a disadvantage since yung subsidies can only be given through DBP and Land Bank. Now, ito yung tinatawag na nating the government crowding out the private sector. And specifically, this is one of the classic examples. Here we have a private commercial banks who wants to join and partake in join the PUVMP. They're felt crowded out because, of course, hindi na kaya habulin yung interest rate and terms offered by the government banks. But even at a higher interest rate, I was able to secure loan from BDO to expand some of our to purchase some of our units. And okay lang namang mataas ang kanilang interest rate at mas maiksi ang kanilang term, pero the biggest downside there is that when we applied for the loan with the private commercial banks, we were not able to get our subsidies. Okay? Malaki din yun, 160,000 pesos per unit. So you multiply that by the number of units and then you have a huge amount. And since only the government, land bank, and DBP can release these subsidies, then we are all now forced to file our application with DBP and land bank. So ano nangyari? We now have thousands or hundreds of operators lining up with DBP and land bank filing their application. And what do we have right now? It costs almost 1 year from application to loan release. Ito yung sinasabi na matagal mag-loan. I've talked with the OTR before and they say, oh, it's only 60 days, 60 to 90 days, your loan is approved. True, no? True na 60 to 90 days lang. Pero what they're saying is that ang release ng notice of approval. Okay? From the notice of approval, you have to wait another 3 to 4 months for the notice of guarantee. The notice of guarantee will now trigger the manufacturers to actually release the vehicles to the operators. Bakit? Because the vehicle suppliers will now have to release the vehicles to the operators para sa shuttle mortgage, sa insurance, and sa LTO registration. And then once they all have that, they can apply for the provisional authority. And that's the only time that the bank would release the funds directly to the vehicle suppliers. So kausap ko about a month ago yung taga-Isuzu. And he showed me, well, ganito kapal, no? Lahat yan letter of guarantees, sabi sa akin. At lahat yan hindi pa bayad. So apparently hindi lang ang public transport operators that have a problem. It also includes the manufacturers. Okay? So now, lalong tumatagal, the loan approval is being more delayed because of the additional requirements ng LPTRP. There are LGUs that are not supportive of the PUVMP. And what can the government do? Wala. No? There are city mayors who have approved LPTRP pero wala namang kaakibat na ordinance. So again, delayed. And once this is delayed din ang loan approval ng mga transport operators. So this is one of the problems. No? Anong unahin namin? But the bigger question, are the LGUs capable of creating their own LPTRP? Okay, have they been trained? What are they capable of doing it? So, yun yung mga bagay na nag-delay pagdating sa financing. And then, more importantly, no, the high cost of comprehensive insurance for the jeepney, umaabot ng 80,000 pesos per unit. Okay. Imagine, 80,000 pesos, hindi na alam kung saan kukunin. Now, may mga banks upfront fees and all. So lahat yan, after paying the down payment, taxes, fees, of course, the bank will issue letter of guarantees, and that's the only time na ma-release yung mga jeepneys to the operators. Pero kailangan meron pa kaming AFCS. Now, bakit niligay sa amin ang responsibility na gumagana yung AFCS? Bakit naging burden, obligation ng transport operators to make sure that the AFCS are working? Isn't it the responsibility of the AFS supplier? Sila, si BIP, si Journeytech ang dapat mag-prove to the banks that their devices are working. Bakit naging problema pa ng transport operators? Now, the banks will only release and approve your loan if you show them that you have an existing and working AFCS. So these are the problems right now on the financing side. Now, let's talk about the issues on the fleet management system. Okay. So Fleet management system is a very expensive business model. We need scale to sustain it. And fleet management is an integral part to the PUVMP. Okay? This is an expensive system to maintain. It requires you to have a centralized garage where all the maintenance are done and dispatch the vehicles in a systematic schedule and interval to meet the passenger demand. On paper, it's a good concept, but in practice, you will need an entire organization of mechanics, dispatchers, cashiers, safety officers, and managers to operate your vehicles efficiently. And of course, to meet your KPIs. In other words, it is an expensive system. So right now, with a depressed passenger demand, operators are forced to be on survival mode. We can keep up with the cost of the diesel, which is at about 50 pesos per liter. And sabi nga nila, may another round of pricing increase ulit in the coming weeks. So, saan kami pupulutin ni Juliet? Hindi namin alam paano namin pagkakasyahin ngayon ang aming kinikita when you have a diesel at price at 50 pesos per liter. Okay. One of the things that we would suggest is maybe the government can set up an OPSF type, parang oil price stabilization fund, similar to that, and to be used exclusively for public transport. That will stabilize the price. I don't care if it is 20 pesos per liter, 50 pesos per liter. It doesn't matter. As long as alam namin, predictable ang price ng diesel, hindi yung taas baba. So, if it is predictable and it is fixed at a certain price, then the public transport operators will not be able to plan. Okay? We can petition for a higher fare that will give us a marginal income given the price of the diesel. Ang importante lang, alam naming nakapako ang price. Okay. So, sa dami ng problema namin sa transport, especially kami dito sa jeepney, as if kulang pa, dumagdag pa itong PSI. I don't know if you have heard of PSI. PSI is the company that replaced STSI. It is the one managing all the SM malls transport terminals. Okay? Ito yan. Sorry. Yan. So recently, nag-increase sila ng terminal fees, charging 1,000 pesos per unit per month and a fee of 50 pesos per entry. Our fare is only 11 pesos. And with a 50% capacity or even a 70% capacity, that means PSI is taking away about more or less 5 passengers from our revenues per entry into their terminals. It is only callous on PSI's part, but it's also in bad taste given the current situation. I'm not sure if LTFRB has the power to regulate offsite terminals. Alam ko the LTFRB has the power to accredit, but I don't know if LTFRB can dictate how much these terminal operators can charge the public operators. But these offsite terminals are required under the Omnibus Franchising Guidelines released last 2017. Under the Omnibus Franchising Guideline, we were required, all public transport operators are required to have offsite terminals on both ends of their route. Kaya naman, we feel we are at the mercy of companies like this, no? Charging exorbitant rates at 50 pesos per entry. 11 pesos lang pamasahe namin. Given pa yung 50% o 70% na capacity, wala talaga kaming kikitain. The saving grace for the jeepney sector is the service contracting of the LTFRB. So Juliet, I agree with Juliet. whatever is good for the bus sector is also good for the jeepney sector. But service contracting may not be enough. But right now, it's one of the things that keeps the jeepney sector going. Although we all know that the service contracting has a lot of problems like delayed yung payout, yung tinrabaho mo ng June, lalabas ang payout ng September. Okay. Of course, in that time period, saan namin kukunin yung pambayad sa drivers? Saan namin kukunin yung pambayad sa diesel? So, the jeepney operators tulad ng bus, lubog na rin sa utang. The second problem, aside from the delayed payouts, limited budget ng service contracting. Bibigyan kami ng budget na ganito kalaki, dapat namin pagkasyahin. So supposedly in Region 3, supposedly the service contracting would run until December, or ito yung caveat, until funds last. So we were given a notice that the funds would only last until October 31. So with that, hindi namin alam kung kikita pa kami after October 31 because wala pa rin naman tao sa kalsada. Okay? So the government, the OTR and LTFRB they have to fine-tune this program to have a more meaningful impact on the sectors that they promised to help. Okay. Now, on the technology integration side, okay, I mentioned earlier about the AFCS. Okay, and I think the leading AFCS provider is the AF Payments, the BIP of AF Payments, and there's Journey Tech and there's other suppliers. They required to have AFCS despite problems with its implementation. Most are not working. In fact, maraming transport jeep sa jeepney, kinabit lang. Kasi tas nung nakita na ng bangko it's working, iniwan na kami. Hindi nga, wala nga training na binigay sa mga jeepney drivers and operators. Paano ka takbuhin yan? Okay? And the use of modern technology like itong AFCS, GPS, CCTV, they are all a requirement under the PUVMP. Tama, it helps operators to efficiently run their fleets. But if it is not properly used or implemented, these added features adds to the burden of the jeepney operators. Let's take, for example, itong AFCS. Usually, the cost of the AFCS reader machines, pinapasok na yan sa cost ng vehicle. So pag bumili kami ng Isuzu or Hino, yung sasakyan, naka-embed na yung cost ng AFCS doon. Okay? So basically, kaming operators, binili namin yung reader machines. Okay? Pero hindi naman gumagana. Hindi naman naalala pa patakbuhin. Okay? So, yung problems in fully implementing a cashless payment is an added burden. Bakit? I agree with Juliet na maganda yan kasi it will help stop the spread of diseases, the virus, kung hawak kami ng pera. It also helps or minimize yung pangungupit. Okay? Malaking percent of our funds, revenues are nakukupit. Pero may kupit pa rin itong EFCS. Pero high-tech nga lang. Kung dati ang mga konduktor ang nangungupit, feeling naman namin ngayon ang AFCS provider ang nangungupit. Bakit? Sa taas ng transaction fees. Okay? There was a couple of months ago, there was a proposal. We had a meeting with the OTR, with Land Bank, and together with its partner, OCT. Originally, they proposed to us to install the reader machines on our jeepneys, and they plan to charge 4 pesos per transaction. Okay? Siguro sa bus pwede. Pero sa jeepney, 11 pesos na minimum fare namin eh. Tapos kukunin mo 4 pesos. So, ano natira sa amin? Dugo, pawis, ano natira sa amin. Again, yung 4 pesos na yan is about what? 36% of our revenues. Eh, yung sahod ng driver nasa 30 to 40%. Walang matitira for maintenance, walang matitira for amortization. So some of AFCS providers naman, they have a different way of charging. Instead of a transaction fee, they charge us on a monthly fee of around 1,100 pesos. Pero gamitin mo man yung sasakyan mo or hindi, babayad ka ng 1,100. So sa amin, no, I have a fleet of electric jeepneys in San Fernando, Pampanga, in Muntinlupa, and in Muntinlupa, and kalahati ng fleet ko tumatakbo. Out of the 15, only 7 are running and operating because of the depressed passenger demand. So I'm paying for 1,100 pesos for every vehicle that I have, whether it's running or not. And that's just because of the AFCS. Pero, kahit naman bayaran ko ang AFCS reader machines, wala namang kaming card eh. Di ba? Pero sa policy, huwag kami magbenta ng card. So hindi kami nagbenta ng card. At kahit may card, there's no interoperability of cards. So kanya-kanya kaming card. Isang malaking kalokohan ang AFCS na yan. I know we first started this one with a good plan of implementing AFCS and cashless payments. But in the way it is being implemented, it's a big joke, really. And the joke is on us operators. Pinagkakwatahan lang kami. Now, okay, sa dami ng problema sa public transport, parang mayroon pa ba katapusan? Parang kami ni Juliet, naiiyak kami dahil sa dami ng problema. Sa dami ng mga nakakausap ko ng mga economists and mga private foreign-funded investment firms, they are saying that the Philippines will be able to recover third quarter of next year. Okay? So, third quarter of next year, sabi ko, parang may katapusan pa ba? So tama sabi nila, no? Walang forever. Matatapos din itong pandemic, matatapos din itong ating hirap. Pero next year, hindi pa rin mawawala ang nakasanayan na natin. Bukod sa kumain araw-araw sa bahay, naging dundot tayo, habang naka-lockdown tayo, ang isang bagay na hindi mawawala ay yung work from home. At kahit sa mga estudyante, maaari magkaroon ng mix na face-to-face classes and online classes. Either way, may impact ito sa public transport and ang pagbaba ng revenues ng mga operators. So, work from home, online classes are here to stay. And that has an impact on our revenues. So, which brings me now to the biggest post-pandemic threat, utang. Nagkwento na si Juliet anong experience sa bus. A lot of transport groups have mounting debts to the banks. Utang sa bangko, utang sa fuel gas stations, utang sa spare parts sa part suppliers, and even to their employees. Ilan na ba napanood natin sa isumbong mo kay Tulpo at GMA News na nagreklamo ang mga drivers nila dahil wala silang sahod? And how can we now pay our drivers and employees the salaries? Libreng sakay kaming lahat. Naka-enroll kami sa service contracting. We are enrolled in service contracting. It's a good program, but sabi ko nga kanina, delayed. Delayed ang sahod, delayed ang payout. At ang napuputukan dito, ang naiipit dito, kami mga transport operators. So si Juliet may mga demand letters. Ganoon din naman sa jeepney. Mas tahimik lang. Okay. So the next problem will be utang. And this is the biggest post-pandemic problem that will overwhelm the transport sector after these lockdowns. Okay. This is the next wave, actually. Paano namin ayusin lahat ng financials. And so, which brings me, a couple of months ago, I wrote NEDA Secretary Karchua about this before. And I suggested that all loans to the different transport groups be converted into equity. If government loans are converted to equity, some transport groups, then this will now pave a way to a massive consolidation of all transport groups. Okay? And government-led na yung PUVMP, hindi na private-led. Either that, convert the loans to equity with DBP and Land Bank as the holding entity. Either that, or let's restructure the terms, the loan itself. No? Extending the long term probably will also give relief on our part. Now, also, instead of giving out loans, baka pwede ang government na ang mag-purchase ng vehicles, no? Bid it out. Let's say the government purchase around 1,000 to 3,000 vehicles, and then you will now be able to dictate the price of the vehicles. Bakit? I remember during the technical working group in 2017, 2016, okay, we were talking about a modern jeepney class 2 price at around 1.2 million pesos. Right now, it's around 2.2 to 2.5 million pesos. Ano ang kanilang argument? Their argument is that tumaas daw ang peso-dollar exchange. Wala kami magawa. A class 3, dati was around 2.2. Now, you ask for a class 3 modern jeepney, is priced at around 2.9 million to around 3.1 million. Okay. And we don't have the power to negotiate. Why? Because ang order lang namin is around 15 units per transport group. But if the government will now be the one to purchase those vehicles, let's say 1,000 vehicles or 3,000 vehicles, then they would now be able to create the economies of scale needed by the manufacturer to lower down the price. And that price savings will of course be passed on to the operators. So instead of loans, kung saan kami pa magbabayad ng shuttle mortgage, comprehensive insurance, etc. etc. Bakit hindi na lang ang government bumili ng vehicles and then lease it out to the operators? The same way, the same solution to the bus operators. Utang na si bus operator. Imbis na pautangan ng pera, pautangan na lang sa sasakyan. On a lease, operational lease arrangement. Now, the selected qualified consolidated operators will now manage this fleet and keep them as the operator as long as they adhere to the KPIs set by the government. So the PUVMP, as we know it, has changed, as we all did. And instead of providing loans, DBP and Land Bank can instead provide leased vehicles. And these two government institutions are capable of doing it because they have leasing companies, leasing subsidiaries. Okay? And when the government purchases these vehicles, it will push down the prices and ipalis na lang sa mga operators. Hindi na namin kailangan maghintay ng halos 1 year for the loan approval. Wala na din kami isiping additional out-of-pocket expenses like insurance and kung ano-ano pa. And if the government decides to have an equity, to convert those loans into equity, then it now becomes a real partnership. Okay? And since the government is saying that public transport is by nature a public service, then you just need the private operators to run the operations efficiently. Okay? As long as all the public operators adhere to the KPIs. So in the end, jeepney modernization should never be about changing vehicles. As I have always been telling yung DOTR and LTFRB before, modernization is about changing mindsets and changing the lives for the better for everyone. Maraming salamat po sa pakikinig.
Thank you, Yuri. Thank you, Yuri. And it's always good to have a comprehensive na take on the PUVMP. And maganda yung nabanggit ninyo ni Ma'am Juliet, no? Kasi gusto rin nating ma-capture yan, no? Gusto nating ma-capture yung mga ganyang mga perspectives, no? Especially coming from the transport sector itself, no? Kasi madalas kasi ang nangyayari is yun nga, sinasabi ng iba na parating may gustong ilabas ang government, pero yun nga, lumalabas na medyo kulang sa consultations, no? And hindi lang consultation, coordination among the various parties involved, especially from our operators, no? So yan, jeepney at saka bus pa lang yan, no? Hindi pa natin naibita dito yung iba pa natin mga operators na affected nitong modernization program. Last but not least, among our panelists this afternoon is a sustainable mobility advocate. He's also a columnist at the Manila Times and an advisor and co-convener of our Move as One coalition. In the past, he has been advisor to the DOTC, the then DOTC, bago maging DOTR siya, and then also to the Asian Development Bank as the World Bank. And he was also a member of the faculty of the Asian Institute of Management. So allow me to introduce Mr. Robert Robbie C. Robbie.
Thanks, Doc Regine. And I want to thank everyone here and especially all the previous speakers, because it's really been such a wealth of discussion and wisdom. And as we know, what we're dealing with today is a very complex and very important issue. And we really need to bring our collective wisdom, effort, experience, all the lessons to find a good way forward. And I really appreciate hearing, the different views, especially from our colleagues from the LGUs, Engineer Risa and Ma'am Juliet, and of course, Sir Yuri. What I want to present today, let me see if I can find my presentation. Let me see, just a second. Sorry, I'm trying to.
It's okay. Ibang webinar yata yun.
Yes, I'm trying to look for my presentation po and see if I can call it up. Sige. So basically, I just want to start. I know it's very late and I'll just try to rush through this and see if we have time for discussion. I want to mention that yung Move as One Coalition has prepared a position paper on PUVMP. So I'd suggest people can look for it and share it. We all know that to improve the situation in our cities, improving the quality of our public transport is crucial for livability. And it's really about trying to make public transport high quality and deliver good services to commuters. So in the discussion earlier, I think what's very important is also to reflect the voice of the commuter. We've heard about how the public transport industry has suffered and has faced a serious decline. But one thing that's as real and as important is yung welfare ng mga commuters natin has really deteriorated in the last few years, especially during the pandemic. And if things were bad already pre-pandemic, they became far, far worse for our commuters during these times. One point which we make in our paper is we need to deliver quality public transport. So maganda yung aims, of course, ng PUVMP. And we know that it requires a combination of different things. So yung industry consolidation, we heard, importante yun. Fleet modernization is also crucial. Important na rin yung what we call a just transition. And this is about caring also for the welfare of our transport industry workers and operators. And finally, yung service contracting, which in a way is the silver lining in the pandemic. We need to make it work. Magandang innovation to, leading to a new and better business model. And hopefully we can combine this with some of the ideas rin na binanggit ni Sir Yuri, like yung possibility of government, national government or local government owning the vehicles. That's also one option na posible under service contracting. So we know about yung common fleet management. Sabi nga ni Sir Yuri, it's needed, but it also is expensive. But yung one very good thing about yung common fleet management, you can have much better quality delivered if you have coordinated operations. And it also means improved financial viability for the individual operator. Pero importante rin yung to have a long-term service contract that supports yung coordinated operation, yung common fleet management and consolidation. One key point rin is we need to look at vehicle replacement, not only engine replacement. I think in the past, there have been proposals rin on looking at PUVMP as just replacing the engine, but not the vehicle. But we know that vehicle replacement itself will be needed for many reasons. And one thing that we want to point out is the importance of yung accessibility of the vehicle. Many of our old public transport vehicles were not so accessible. For example, yung mga old buses natin that have many internal steps, and people who cannot climb stairs, nagiging inaccessible yung vehicle. And of course, yung jeepney design is not easily accessible also. So if we want a high quality public transport service, we also need to look at yung future design. And if there is a way also of revisiting yung accredited designs, I would really recommend strongly to make the design universally accessible, meaning you can bring a wheelchair into the modern jeepney or the modern bus. We need to have this type of design to make our public transport service fully accessible. Kasi when you look really at the composition of our population, about 8% or more are senior citizens. And if you count persons with disability, it's more than 10% of the population that have some physical limitation. We need to address this also in our vehicle design. Now, in terms of yung just transition, I just want to give a few pointers here. It's very important for yung PUV modernization to accept the principle of giving priority to existing operators. So we need to find a good transition whereby even if a route becomes a bus route, we need to find a way to give priority to the existing jeepney operators. So I think this is one of the things we hope LTFRB will accept, that many of our jeepney routes need to become higher capacity. And so let us try to work with yung existing jeepney operators. If necessary, they should become a bus cooperative and operate buses. And this is something that they can do maybe even in partnership with an existing bus operator. So they could get also yung technology transfer, yung management expertise. They can partner with an existing bus operator and become a bus route instead of a jeepney route. Second is the importance of having attractive incentives and a good financing model. So I think many of us recognize na there are ways of improving yung 5, 6, 7, 8 formula ng DOTR. And this is one thing that Move as One Coalition has been campaigning for. Dapat lumaki yung equity subsidy. Sa ngayon, it's only at 160,000. But if we could make it 500,000, it would make it a lot more attractive for our transport operators. So this is one very important proposal. Yung third item here is yung support for people who decide to exit the transport industry. So there may be some who will not be in favor of staying in the jeepney or bus industry. They should be given support to enable them to exit. So assistance in finding a new job, a new skill, a new business. And yung sabi rin ni Sir Yuri, there should be a flexible policy to allow selling or transfer even of a franchise. I think that would be enable a better transition. Now, this is also a point I think Sir Yuri had mentioned. One of the constraints sa PUVMP which is not talked about much, is many of our franchise records are already out of date. So ang current situation, yung vehicle owner is different already from the name that is in the registration, that is in the franchise. And this makes it difficult for that person to participate in maski anong ayuda or even any financing program or PUVMP, nahihirapan sila. So one thing we need to work on, LTFRB, is to have a amnesty period to allow yung rectification of the records. We need to update the records in a way that will not threaten the existing operator. So this is one of the key elements that we need to incorporate. Ngayon, on the incentives to make PUVMP attractive, so we mentioned already yung 500,000 is what we recommend. And if we have a situation na yung jeepney route maging bus route, we can also apply this type of incentive because yung mga jeepneys, they can combine their subsidy so that they can make a down payment for a new bus. So kung 500,000 yung subsidy per unit, 4 jeepneys can combine, meron na silang 2 million, pwedeng maging down payment for a new bus. So it also facilitates yung transition from jeepney to bus. And when you come down to it, very affordable yung increase in subsidy. When you look at nationwide coverage of 160,000 jeepneys, it will only cost 80 billion, which is only 16 billion a year over a 5-year period. Kaya natin yan, and it can be done within the next administration. Upgrade of the entire jeepney fleet. And finally, as many have mentioned, private banks need to be involved. So dapat maging mas flexible yung program, mas transferable yung equity subsidy, and this will enable the modernization and change in business model of the entire fleet in a expeditious way. Kasi alam natin, DBP and Land Bank, they don't have the resources to cover the entire transport industry. So this is part of what we need to put in place. So again, service contracting can be part of the solution. We already have seen a little bit of how it works. We have to make it even better. We have to reduce yung payout delay. We have to make it performance-oriented. It is the key to making our services high quality and sustainable. And yung what I really liked also in listening to Engineer Risa, yung potential for LGUs to also be involved in service contracting. So yung LGU will collect all the fares, and then yung revenue collection can be used to pay yung public transport operator. So for me, this is the future. LGUs need to be involved in the provision of public transport. And so other last things, which I'm sure the others have already said before me, but I just want to emphasize it. Stakeholder consultation is essential. So please let's do it before implementing. Consult yung stakeholders natin before we introduce yung mga new policies. Second is empowering local government. They are the future. We cannot expect LTFRB or DOTR to do the planning for everybody. We need to empower our LGUs to take on that responsibility. Capacity building, very important for our transport cooperatives. That is just as important as financing vehicles or financing infrastructure. As many have said, maganda yung cashless fare collection, but let us give it importance. Let's give it priority and make it work. And then infrastructure is important rin for improving the quality. So, pati na rin yung mga bus stops natin, jeepney stops, terminals, depots, and even yung bus rapid transit and dedicated lanes. This should be part of build, build, build. In fact, this should be the most important part of build, build, build. If there is any succession program to build, 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 50% of build, build, build should be about this. And there should be finally a long-term PUVMP implementation plan. I think that is what all of us want. We need to see what the future will be. So I guess this is our plea for our decision makers, LTFRB, DOTR. Please help us make this happen. Thank you very much po.
Thank you, Robbie. And very appropriate last slide from Robbie, talking about consultations, talking about involving our local government units, and of course, yung capacity building required. No? And I think one key takeaway also that is about infrastructure. No? We're talking about vehicles for most of the afternoon, but we saw earlier from some of the comments here, no, about what about the terminals, what about the stops, no? How do we also include them in the modernization? And I think from the various presentations, nasagot na rin yung ibang mga tanong, ano? Although hindi na i-type ng ibang ating mga presenters. I think many of the questions have been answered basically, but we still have time for maybe a couple of questions coming from the attendees this afternoon. Maybe we can just pick out a couple of questions here from the Q&A box. Medyo open na question siguro. There are suggestions here. Mahirap mamili, ang daming tanong na maganda, no? Iba comments naman. Maybe I'll take up this one question here. Would it be possible to just modernize the existing PUV to avoid the high cost of PUVMP? No? Like for example, changing the old engines to brand new ones, no? And converting the regular jeepneys to air-conditioned jeepneys like the ones in Makati. This would help the poor drivers operators in the country. Thank you. Anyone want to take up that question? I think I recall, no, during the time of the previous DOTC pa, no, under PGMA, this was taken up, no. At the time, I think the USEC was still Anneli Lantok, no, who was trying to deal with the modernization. Any ideas? Yuri, may ano ba? May
before,
naalala mo ba to?
DOTR Secretary Abaya pa at the time. Okay. One of the thing they were talking about modernization is just changing the engines with the Euro 2 engine. So a lot of manufacturers imported this Euro 2 engine, and that proposal was, well, it got locked down. No, wala nangyari. So maraming manufacturers may dalang Euro 2 engine nakastock sa kanilang factories. So, but the question is, are you equating modernization with changing vehicles? Because it's easy to do. Modernization is not about changing the vehicles, it's about changing the business model itself. From boundary system to fixed salaries. From free-for-all, wala kaming pakialam sa drivers namin, to bigyan natin ng benefits, SSS, Pag-ibig PhilHealth, security of tenure. So, andun yung modernization. Okay? It's not changing vehicles is easy. Now, even before, we experimented with just changing the vehicles, the engine. Tuwatakbo nga yung engine, nasira naman yung brake kasi lumang jeep. Inayos yung brake, nasira naman yung tambutso, yung suspension, sunod-sunod. It's like a 96 years old na matanda, pinalitan mo ng bagong puso, pero may rayuma pa rin, may TV pa rin. So, tapusin na natin yung lumang jeep. No? Bagong design, bagong jeepney, bagong business model, at bagong mindset.
Gusto ko yung nabanggit ni Yuri about bagong business model. Robbie, would you like to pitch in something about that? Especially considering na yun nga, sinasabi natin, no? One of the good ideas around, no? Pero hindi na-implement properly is yung sa service contracting. Maybe you can expound more on that.
No, it's for me, it's crucial for the future of our transport industry. And as we have seen from the pandemic, nagiging very unstable yung demand, yung revenue, and this puts all of our industry at risk. So how do we restore yung stability and financial viability of our bus operators, jeepney operators? Crucial dito yung concept of service contracting. It has to be also a long-term contract. It cannot be just year to year. As I think Sir Yuri also mentioned, hindi pwede yung 6 months and then mawawala. In order for our transport industry to be viable, we need to have yung service contracts that minimum 5 years. In fact, in some countries, 10 years yung service contract nila. And if we have something like that, na may performance incentives, it enables yung transport operator to have creditworthiness. So once you have that contract, it also enables you to go to a bank and get financing. So that is one benefit of yung service contract. Pero meron ding yung concept na service contract without vehicle supply. So Singapore is one example like that. Government owns the vehicles and the transport company provides the labor plus the O&M to operate the vehicles. Yan. Thank you po.
Thank you, Robbie. Welcome back, Dr. Montalvo. Na-disconnect si Dr. Montalvo kanina, but there was a question earlier, no? Just reading it. Ito, nahanap ko na. Would it be agreeable to add also under soft, invisible, dun sa binanggit mo kanina about the Little Prince principle, commuters and PUV drivers and operators' behavior? Because we cannot have an organized, effective, and reliable public transport if we don't have the right attitude in respecting traffic rules and orderliness.
Thank you for that question, Reg. Yes, of course, user behavior is important, but user behavior can be shaped by the right system. When Filipinos go abroad, they behave well. So why don't they behave well here? Because maybe the right system is not in place.
Thank you, Dr. Montalvo. In the interest of time, I would hate to really interrupt. Maganda yung discussion, no? And like what someone commented in the chat box, we should have more of this. No, we should have this more frequently, and I think everybody agrees about that. I see some people already inviting some of our panelists, no, for other webinars and maybe radio programs. But maybe we would like to ask at this point our speakers and panelists for some parting shots before we head to the concluding part of our program. Maybe wala na pala si Jomir, no? So unahin natin si Dayo, Dr. Montalvo.
Well, first of all, thank you for the privilege of joining this discussion, sharing what I know. Unfortunately, I missed most of it, but I'm glad there's still a tail end I can catch. And I think what I can say is, haven't we had enough of the old thing? I was struck by that question, why not change the engines of jeepneys? Haven't we learned from history that reinventing the contraption is not enough? Reinventing the American GI surplus is not enough. Now, if we are just reinventing the jeepneys that we have, then we don't learn from history. And we deserve more. Our commuters deserve so much more. They will behave well if the system, if a good system is in place. And with a combination of rewards and punishment, penalties and incentives, there will be proper behavior in place. I believe the Filipinos will behave well, given the right environment.
Thank you, Dr. Montalvo. Dr. Tiglao?
Yes, thank you very much, Reg. No, I think I'll take on the point raised by Robbie earlier. No, that the future is really in the hands of the LGU. This is just the first round, perhaps, of these LGUs preparing their LPTRP, and that's why we're really very excited. With working, with Gensan, because what we are seeing really is an exemplar. It's a model for all other LGUs. To address this, we have not even addressed the local public transport landscape, right? Tricycle and other issues down the line. So. But rest assured, I think the research agenda is set. We have to work together, and again, I would really push everyone to really work on more collaborative governance to really address the the wicked problems of public transport. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tiglao. Dr. Tria?
Yes.
Thank you also for giving me the opportunity na sabihin ko kung ano man yung the reality of it. Kasi we cannot hide things, di ba? We have to be frank about it. And thank you very much for that opportunity.
Thank you, Ma'am Juliet. Dr. Lu?
Yeah. So thank you for the opportunity. So we are given technology to improve lives, and that also include safeguarding the future, safeguarding the environment. So I think with the modernization of our transportation, we should use the technology properly for sustainability, and even our policy decisions should also be supported by proper research with science. And we even have technology to support our policies that we implement for transportation. And the university, as an academic institution, as a research institution, can assist the government in doing this policy research, in assessing these technologies for the improvement and modernization of our transportation.
Thank you, Lou. Engineer Risa? Wala na naman yung mic mo, Engineer.
Masama yung signal.
Oo nga eh.
Talagang mahirap po.
Tawagin uli kita, Engineer Risa. Tawagin uli kita. Sandali. Yuri?
Well, thank you for having me here. Thank you for the privilege, and thank you to everyone who was listening to us. We have a lot of problems. No, Juliet and I and Robbie was here to present to you the problems, but as there are a lot of problems, there are as many solutions that we can also offer. So if there are any LGUs out there or transport groups who need our help, I'm sure si Robbie and Juliet, and of course, I will also help you. The academy is very important for us because it gives us the ideas, but people like us makes it happen. And that's the kind of partnership that this country needs. So again, maraming salamat sa inyo lahat.
Thank you, Yuri. Engineer Lisa?
Okay na. Ito po. Okay na po ba? Okay, sige. Thank you.
Loud and clear.
Thank you po. At sa side naman ng LGU, I think it's about time we really see the elephant as an elephant. Ano? Parang hindi na natin kaya itong isweep under the rug. So, ang point ng LGU doon is as much as possible, sucker kami doon for collaboration. Kasi parang kumbaga ba, we are the one bridging the national programs to the local constituents, at the same time facilitate engagement of the public sector, private sector, academe, non-government organization. Parang siyang linchpin. So it's really critical yung maturity ng local government, not only organizationally, but also in terms of realizing na everything happens right now is at the LGU level. Parang kumbaga ba, si national with the devolution, parang they're stepping back, not because they cannot do the job, no, but it's better in the hands of the ones that are really implementing on the ground. And I'm very grateful dito sa mga professionals na nandito. NCTS, for example, I'm a product of NCTS, by the way. So very much ang entrenchment ng ganitong mindset sa LGU is crucial also to the success of government programs. And for this, we are always grateful kasi hindi lahat ng LGUs receptive sa, hindi naman intervention, no, but yung shadowing ba ng agencies like national, or because most of the LGU are so in love, sinulat ko talaga dito, are so in love with the idea of autonomy and independence.
Naku, nawala.
Nawala
na naman.
Sige lang, okay na po. Ito po.
Gusto nila matapos dun sa so in love eh. Ayan.
Parang they're so in love.
Nawala ka ulit, Lisa. Must be the connection, yeah.
Masama talaga connection ni Engineer.
I'll just text in the chat box.
Idadagdag natin yan sa mga issues ng ating public transportation, yung connectivity. Yeah. Robbie?
Oh, thanks, Doc Reg. So, just as maybe a closing message, mobility is a basic need. Up to now, it hasn't really been so prominent in the political discussions. We need to make it a political issue in the coming elections. Let us ask our candidates what they plan to do and force them to think of what are good solutions. Filipinos deserve better, and we need to have more forward-looking policies and projects in the next administration. So thank you to UP and thank you to NCTS for making this discussion possible, and let's have more of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Robbie. Thank you everyone for bearing with us. A few more minutes of your time. For the concluding part of our program this afternoon, may I now call on the current director of the National Center for Transportation Studies, Dr. Ricardo Sigua for the synthesis and closing remarks. Dr. Sigua.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes,
good,
yes.
good afternoon, or rather, good evening to everyone. I didn't expect that we'll go, well, we spent almost, I think, more than 4.5 hours already. And so I went through my notes and I have 16 pages, I think 20. And if I, summarize through my notes, then it would require maybe another hour. But I know you won't stay that, for long, So what I'll do is, I may start really from what Dr. Robbie C. Has mentioned, that this webinar is really eyed to be an eye-opener, and especially to bring this as an issue, to pose this lot of questions that are raised in this webinar to our potential leaders in 2022. But anyway, I guess we have very good discussions. If we start from the presentation of Dr. Montalvo, a lot of issues and challenges have been raised, and this serve as a starting point, especially as each panelist discussed further issues and concerns, which I think are very much related to the issues and challenges mentioned by Dr. Montalvo. So they re-echo, and put in details the issues and problems faced by PUVMP. It's been said that the intentions are good, but the process, the way to move forward, the details are not there, and as if we are going back to the basic need of having consultation with all stakeholders. It's not just a question of modernizing the fleet as we have seen it. It's more than that, because I think out of the 10 components of the PUVMP, most of the components are on the side, on the soft side, not just on the what we call the physical aspect of this PUVMP. We saw Dr. Tiglao presenting some innovative ways or tools on how to improve public transport services in an LGU, and we've seen I think a good example, as these tools are being implemented no other than in the city of Jensan. We know Jensan prides herself as being the first to have its LPTRP approved by the LTFRB and DOTR, while other LGUs are still struggling and having challenges in completing their respective LPTRPs. There are much to learn, I guess, from the experience of Jensan. Part of the the Public Utility Vehicle Modernization Plan, of course, is on the use of alternative fuels, and Dr. Lou Tria has presented to us some studies and confirming that indeed electric vehicles are say most efficient as far as fuel consumption is concerned, but there are also challenges, no? Especially with regard to the mileage, since although this is I think some technical or improvement in battery technology could address this problem, I guess. Yeah. So we have 5 panelists coming from the government sector, from the civil society, from our LGU, as well as from our industry. And yeah, we see in particular the issues and challenges deep, which are really very deep, especially if we when we listen to our operators, bus and jeepney operators in particular, no? As they have been really seriously been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. No? So it's really quite sad to see people on the side of the road begging for help and realizing that these are drivers and some are operators of jeepneys. There are things to be really stressed out. And if the government really is bent on doing something, I think this is the best time to help our operators and drivers. Yeah, I think I really thank also Dr. Robert C. I'd like to also, I think the position paper could also be distributed to the participants, if that's okay, Dr. C, because you have a lot of commendable recommendations. Okay. Oh, I don't know, but I wish I could review my notes, but I guess that's as far as I could remember. And anyway, most of the things that have been discussed are still fresh with our participants. So, well, just some parting words. I really thank our Chancellor, Dr. Fidel Nemenso, for gracing this webinar. Thanks a lot, Chancellor. And of course to Dr. Antoinette Raquisa for being partner in the holding of this webinar. To the organizers, to the and I'd like to thank, of course, Dr. Regidor for moderating this, well, almost 5-hour webinar. So with that, thanks a lot, and we hope, yeah, we can do something for the betterment of our public transport. It can only be done if we help each other. We being in the academe are much willing to assist the LGUs and the private sector. Okay, thank you very much and keep safe.
Thank you, Dr. Sigua. May we request Dr. Raquisa to turn on her camera so we can have a photo op with the panelists. Thank you, Chancellor Fidel, for staying and indulging also in this very, very relevant topic.
Can I just say something? No?
Yes, Chancellor.
Sangayon ako sa point ni Dr. Robert C. kanina na kailangan gawing electoral issue ang public transport. No? Kailangan nating singilin mga ating mga mambabatas at mga senador lahat tumatakbo dahil napakahalaga, napaka-importante ng usapin ng public transportation. No? It's not an isolated issue. It's actually at the core of many of our problems. No? Tuhog-tuhog to, ekonomiya, urban development, migration, etc. So I think our candidates, we need to demand a clear vision of what they will do to solve the public transportation problem. Napakahalaga ng magiging papel ng gobyerno, national government, local government, pero napakahalaga na mapakinggan ang boses ng ating mga transport sector, ng ating mga commuters, ng public, ng private sector, and of course, the civil society. No? Ang UP naman ay talagang handang tumulong sa paghanap ng kalutasan sa problemang ito. No? Napakagaling ng ating mga academics at mga engineers na handang maglabas ng mga bagong teknolohiya at mga pag-aaral, no? Especially policy studies. Nariyan po yung NCTS, andyan ng SERP, ang NCPAG, ang engineering. No? Lahat po ay handang tumulong sa gobyerno, sa ating mga samahan ng transport operator, commuter groups at sa civil society. No? Sama-sama po tayo maghahanap ng solusyon sa problemang ito. Ayun po, maraming salamat sa pagdalo. Gusto kong pasalamatan ng NCTS at ng task force nila Dr. Raquiza. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, Chancellor.
Thank you.
Salamat po sa lahat for attending all the way to the end ng ating webinar. Take care everyone and stay safe. Sheila, okay na tayo?
Yes po, Doc. Yes po. Okay na po.
Pwedeng stop recording na, no?
Stop recording na.